Do you have your ID with you?
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear?
Who
was your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should.
It's all right, just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. Hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
That's all right, you can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay, do you have your identification with you? So you never took the last name of Markel?
No.
Adelson. Okay, Wendi with an I. Joe. All right. There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, and then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How could this really happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay. And
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Because sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
Right.
So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15, because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and get super glue for one of the boys' toys, and I was trying to do all I can before meeting my 2 friends at 1.
Okay, who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy, because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Easier for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay,
Oh my
a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
What time did he come to the house?
He called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. And then you
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
Okay.
And I don't think I talked to anyone else, but I was just working for an hour or so from the house. I was gonna take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry, and then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party?
Yeah.
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there, and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton, took Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to
Oh.
Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so
I
you,
don't know why I said Monroe. I was thinking Mosaic, Monroe, Thomasville.
okay, so when you come down into town on Centerville,
I almost always cut through Trescott.
and just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of like coming to terms with the divorce, but yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay,
If the kids aren't home and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house, but yeah, it's shorter and I just usually drive by.
it's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton, it's just
Right.
a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton, and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, yeah, Benton. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, did you make a purchase there?
Yeah,
And that was sometime after 12?
probably 12:30.
Okay, all right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol, and so they wanted bourbon, and I asked the guy, we had a whole conversation about bourbon and
Right.
my eyes, like,
Your eyes?
he just said, your eyes are really blue,
Right.
and
You have contacts?
I do.
Okay.
But I just remembered it.
Right.
So I bought the bourbon and got some gas on Thomasville and met my friends at Mosaic.
Which gas station did you go to on Thomasville?
The one that's, I always forget the name, but the one that's close to the cross street, it's right next to the Goodwill.
Okay.
If you're heading north on Thomasville, if you're heading north on Thomasville, it's on your right.
Okay, just past the Goodwill
Just
place?
past the Goodwill, it's close to the intersection there.
Okay, all right, and then from that point, you went straight to the
Went to Mosaic.
Mosaic restaurant?
And met friends there. I used to have kind of a steady Friday meeting, and I hadn't seen my 2 friends in a while. And so we had made plans to meet up.
What time did you get to Mosaic?
About 1. I was a little late. We were supposed to meet at 1, and I got there a few minutes after.
Okay, all right, I know it's cold in here, okay?
I think that's not why I'm
Okay,
shaking.
I know it's part of it, but, do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
He's, oh my God.
I hate to ask it now, but I have to do it now. You understand, right?
I understand. He had friends. He always meant well, but he would sometimes rub people the wrong way.
Okay.
But not anyone who would do something like this.
Anybody that he owes money to?
No. He owes money to me.
He owes money to you?
But
Okay.
not me.
Okay. All right. All right.
Oh my God, we're 4 kids. Oh, I know a lot of people didn't really love him, but I don't know anyone who would do something like this.
Well, we're still trying to determine, what happened and how it happened.
But he wouldn't do this to himself.
Okay.
He was a very positive person.
Okay.
He
No one that you know of or that he's spoken to recently that he's had some type of problem with or that he was concerned about?
No one that he was concerned about. I mean, we've been separated for 2 years, so I don't know, like,
Right.
If he had something going on, I wouldn't know about it, but, I mean, I had lost my voice earlier this week, and so we had put off this conversation about our son's school and where he was going to go, and he, I can't, I know a lot of people didn't love him, but not anyone who would, like, hate him.
Okay.
He meant well. Everyone that knew him
Okay.
knows that he means well, but he can be a little, like, argumentative.
Right.
But not, he didn't owe anyone money. He didn't do anything except work and take care of his kids. He wasn't involved in anything bad.
Okay.
I
And
can't believe this is happening.
I know. And he was a professor at the law school, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And your divorce has been 2 years or the total separation, I'm assuming?
Total separation's been 2 years. Our divorce was finalized last summer around this time.
Okay.
He wouldn't do this to himself. He has a girlfriend now.
Do you know his girlfriend?
I met her once in the last couple of weeks. She was visiting. She lives in New York.
Okay. Do you know anything about her?
I know some things about her. She's also a law professor. I know she's recently divorced and she has a son. I don't know if her divorce is final, but I think recently divorced.
Where's she a law professor at?
At NYU.
Okay.
And they seemed very happy, and I mean, I think that was a really good thing in his life. He seemed really happy about it. She came down here, she met the boys, and I met her, and she told me how great she loved the boys. It seemed fine.
Did she ever stay at the house with him?
Just that one time.
When was that?
I remember because I just got back from being with my family in South Florida. Sorry.
It's okay. You're doing great.
So what date was it? I went with my family. It was my dad's 70th birthday, and we went home for it. So his birthday was the 5th. I left Monday the 30th, so she must have come into town Saturday, the evening of the 28th.
What month? June? This past June.
Just now. So June 28th, and then she was there with the boys the 29th, and then I met her on the morning of the 30th when I picked up the kids to take them to South Florida.
Do you know when she left?
I could probably find it like in my email and stuff. I think she was here for like one more day, and then Danny went up to New York because I was with the kids in Miami for a good long while. I was there. I drove back July 10th, so I was there almost 2 weeks. And so I think he went up the next day.
Okay. Do you know her name?
I do. It's Amy Adler. Oh my gosh, she's
A-D?
A-D-L-E-R.
And she's a professor of law at
Yeah.
NYU?
Yeah.
What kind of car does she drive?
I have no idea. No, she has a car. She lives in New York City.
Well, so, I mean, she was driving down, I mean, she flew down here, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you have her phone number?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know how long they were dating even. It seemed kind of serious if she met the kids, but I don't really know. He's been going up to New York for like conferences and stuff since Lincoln was about a few months old. So he's been going up there 3.5 years. So my guess was that they might have known each other for a long time, but have been dating. I don't know how long.
Well, let me ask you something. Does his relationship with her have anything to do with your all's divorce?
No.
No? It had nothing to do with
No.
an extramarital affair or anything?
No, but the only thing I'm thinking is Amy. I don't know what Amy's full divorce situation is like, so if you're gonna think of someone who's not thrilled with Danny, I don't know how happy her husband or ex-husband is with the situation.
Do you know anything about him?
I don't know anything about him.
Okay. So you know Amy Adler, she's a professor at NYU. She was down here from the end of June through the first part of July.
I think just a few days.
Right.
Yeah.
As visiting, but he'd been seeing her when he goes to New York on these conference trips.
Well, he's in New York in the summertime. We have a week on, week off schedule with the boys, so whenever I have them for a week, he goes up to New York for a week, so he's been spending a lot of time up there.
Did he relate to you that he'd been seeing her up in New York, or that's where they met, or anything of that nature?
He didn't tell me about it, but I feel like he was pretty vocal with like our friends and people probably since December about her being his girlfriend. So
Okay. Who would be his best friend?
when we were still together, he had 2 best friends. Neither of them are in Tallahassee.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm completely blanking on their last names right now.
That's
There's
okay.
Matt Price, that was his best man at our wedding. And Josh Berman, who, Matt is in DC and Josh is in New York. Actually, he has a friend, I don't know if they're so close, but he and the boys sleep over at their house a lot. They're in Cairo, Georgia.
Okay.
That's probably his closest friend here.
Do you know his name?
His name's Alex Greenberg. He's a veterinarian in town, and they've got kids around the same age as our kids.
He's a vet here in town?
Mm-hmm. And I think
Do you know
they're
where his
close.
office is?
I don't. Maybe in Cairo.
Oh, he doesn't have office in Tallahassee?
I don't think so.
He's a vet in Cairo.
Their house is in Cairo. His
Right.
wife is a dentist. I don't know if her practice is in town or in Cairo either. His wife is Maya, M-Y-A.
Okay. You're being very helpful, okay, and I know it's hard.
I'm trying. I just
You're doing
can't
fine.
believe what's happening.
You're doing fine. I know it's all of a shock, and I know it's coming to you all at once. Okay?
I don't know who would do this.
Okay, well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt Danny. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't
You
think.
don't know who it is?
No. And I don't
What if
think.
they come after the boys?
I don't think that's going to be. I have no indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay, but the boys are going to stay with you. You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay.
No, I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't. But the boys are going to stay with you. Okay, and they'll be fine.
I don't know if I can take care of them like this.
All right. Where's your closest family at?
My family actually just talked to my brother this morning. My parents are in Coral Springs.
Okay.
And my brother, I have 2 brothers, but I'm very close to one of them who is in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. All right. So that's where you're from originally, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
His family's in Canada. Did they know? Did you tell them?
No, they haven't been notified
Oh my
yet.
God. His parents are gonna be devastated.
Okay. This is what I want to do, okay? This is what happened, okay? Daniel's been shot, okay? and we have to find out why and who did this. Can you help with that?
I will try.
Okay. What I want to do right now to try to expedite things, okay, but I need your permission, is I want to take your cell phone and download all the information out of it.
Sure.
Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay. And then we're going to make arrangements for you to get the kids, or we'll get the kids somehow, okay? Because the kids are at daycare, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to need their mother,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. I gotta get a form for you to sign, and then I'm gonna get the phone started, okay?
Oh my God. I have a lot of friends.
I know.
How do you know that?
Well, you had two of them up there for a last-minute lunch date, right?
Last minute.
Well, I mean, you went up there, you're sitting with them, you have friends.
I do. What I meant by it is that Danny didn't treat me very well, and
Okay.
I'm so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something
Who
like
would
this?
do this?
I don't know. That's why you're here, and that's why we're talking. Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
I made my brother, his name's Charlie, the one I'm really close to, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV.
Okay.
I mean, he would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right. That's okay.
I said, he asked me how much it cost, and I said I didn't know because it was a gift, because my brother said it was cheaper than a hitman. It was my divorce present.
Okay.
Such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do something like this. Never.
Well, you guys have been divorced
It's
for
been
over a
2
year.
years.
Has there been any type of abuse in that time?
Of him towards me?
Yeah.
No, it's, he's litigious, and we have an ongoing case because the house, it shouldn't be in my name anymore, but when we settled the case of our divorce, he said, one of the agreements the court said was Danny wanted to stay in the house. They said, you can have the house, but you need to pay her half of the amount of what the house is worth. And he agreed to it, and then months passed and he just never paid me.
Okay.
And so we have ongoing litigation where I filed a motion in the court to have him pay me what he said he would, and he filed a counter motion for sanctions against my attorney because he thought that she did something wrong, which she didn't. But so, I mean, she withdrew from the case and was going to serve as a witness, so she's not going to lash out at him for it. She's using the legal process to do it. My parents are, very angry towards him. But even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father. They're really, really careful about that. They just like him, but they know he's the father of my kids. They would never do that.
Right.
I don't know who would be angry enough with him.
Well, that's what I have to find out.
To do something like this.
The brother that you're real close to, I have to do a lot of elimination at the same time. The brother that you're really close to, The one that joked about the TV and everything. What'd you say his name was?
Charlie.
Charlie, and he's in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what kind of car he has.
He has like 5 cars.
Can't tell me all of
He
them.
drives I think one of them is an unmarked police car.
Oh, really?
He's a bit of a character.
Okay.
So I don't know what he's driving at the time.
Right.
But I'll tell you, he's a periodontist, and he has this practice where he works from early in the morning till late at night. So if you ever wanted to find his whereabouts, he's working all day long until early in the morning till late at night, always driving to a different office and working.
Oh, he goes to different offices?
Yeah, he works in different offices all over South Florida and does implants for people. And he works really hard all the time. He has a girlfriend, so he's pretty much accounted for all the time.
Charlie, was that his first name?
Charlie's his first name.
Not Charles?
I think Charles is his legal name. No one calls him that.
What's his last name?
Adelson.
What's his middle?
J-A-Y.
Same spelling, Adelson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
What? Oh my god.
What?
I can't believe this is happening.
Okay, all right. Let me go get the form for the phone.
Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear that.
I don't know, I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no
protected.
reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
Is he
Okay.
still in the hospital?
He's at the hospital, yes. Yes.
And he's alone.
Yes.
And nobody knows he's there.
Well, you know now, and while I'm going to get this phone taken care of, I'm going to have a victim advocate come in here, and hopefully you can supply her with his parents.
Oh my god.
I'm assuming his parents would be his next of kin.
He's a sister he's really close with.
Where is she?
They're all in Canada. He's Canadian.
Okay. All right, they live in Canada.
They all live in Canada.
Okay.
His family's all in Canada.
Okay.
They're gonna think I did it.
Now, just don't jump to conclusions on that.
Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening.
All right, let me go get the form for the phone, okay?
Oh my god.
Sorry, you okay?
Yeah. No.
I meant to, like.
But it's fine. Our last interaction wasn't nice.
Oh, you're talking about personal.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. I didn't want him to take the boys this afternoon. I had wanted to have them. And I talked over with my brother and realized, you know, if their dad wants to take them swimming, it's not worth getting upset over. He sent me that message at 9:15 this morning.
You were telling me before, when we were riding up here, that the agreement was that you all were going to have some type of phone call at 11:15 this morning. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly, just that we needed
Okay.
to have the talk at some point before, we have to decide before Monday of what to do about his school, where Ben's gonna go to school, and he said, I'm gonna be done. I thought it was 11:15, but when we listened to the message, it was 10:30.
Okay.
When he said, I'm gonna be out of, he went to like a workout class at the gym. He
At
said,
Premier.
At Premier.
Mhm.
He said, I'm gonna be out of it by such and such a time, you can call me then. And I called, but I think we could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
Mm-hmm.
The repair guy was there, and honestly, I leave my ringer off a lot of the time, so I didn't even hear the call come in. He left me a message. I called him at 11:42 and left him a message, just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today. When I figured he's going to take the kids swimming,
Right.
and he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay, so in other words, the whole meeting at 10:30 or 11:15
Just didn't happen.
Right, okay. All right. Let me get this. There's a lot of information on here, okay? It'd probably be easier if I read it to you.
Fine.
Okay, I, Wendi Adelson, and I gotta change this.
Adelson.
I know, I gotta change that.
It's okay. It's Adelson.
Actually, it's spelled right. I said it wrong. Adelson. Do hereby authorize and give my permission to investigate Adelson, who has identified himself to me as a law enforcement officer with the necessary assistance of a digital forensic examiner to make a full and complete search of my cell phone or other digital media, along with data located on additional data sources, locations such as connected to, at, and were at the Tallahassee Police Department. That's the address. I have been advised that law enforcement are engaged in investigation concerning an alleged violation of federal or state law pertaining to a shooting incident. I do further authorize to give permission to take from my cell phone located at 230 47th Avenue.
I'm sorry, is that the police station?
That's where we're at right
Okay.
now. Yeah. Computers, cell phones, computer peripherals, digital media data which may or may not have been connection, value, or relevance as evidence in said investigation. The above law enforcement officer has fully and fairly advised me on rights as follows. I have the right to refuse consent to the search of my property. I have the right to consult with an attorney or any other person of my choice prior to giving them consent and permission to search the above described property. Any cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media or data, along with any data located on these items or on additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, found by said officers in the course of their search, can be used as evidence against me or others in a court of law. I fully understand and appreciate these rights and wish it be specifically understood that I'm hereby giving consent permission to conduct the search of the cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media data, along with any data located on any additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, solely because of my desire to freely and voluntarily cooperate and assist in this investigation. I have not been promised anything or been threatened or coerced in any way, nor has any inducement of any kind been held out to me in return for this consent and permission to search. Okay, can I have your phone now?
Yeah. Stupid question, but
go ahead.
are you gonna give it back?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I feel like I need to help
No,
my
you're gonna
family.
get-
What's going on?
No, you're gonna get it back. It's just I'm trying to expedite this now so I can get it back to you
I
sooner.
understand.
Be right back. Okay, Wendi. Let me get your.
That's the friend I was with calling. Do you want to just decline it? I guess I shouldn't talk to anyone right now.
Yeah.
Is there someone I can talk to about what to tell my kids?
Yes, well, we're gonna get to that. Give me your phone number on this phone again.
954-803-0079.
Can I get Daniel's cell phone number?
202-276-8200.
202-276-8200. Okay. Do you know his passcode to unlock his phone?
I don't.
You don't know it?
I don't have a passcode.
Right.
When I was with him, he didn't have the kind of phone that needed a passcode.
Okay.
But he's gotten an iPhone since then, so
Yeah.
he may have one. And I can't remember, like, actually, I remember his passcode to something, but it was like a word in Hebrew with the word one, so it's a word and not numbers. I could give you my children's birthdays in case you want to try that. I really have no idea what it would be.
Okay, let's go ahead with the children's birthdays.
So Ben is 7/29, so it could be like 0729.
What year?
2009. Lincoln is 10/13/2010. They're 14 months apart.
10/13 of 10?
Yeah. I was complaining about him at the lunch.
Sorry. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, they're going to take your phone, they're going to hook it up to a machine, download the information. It doesn't take a whole lot unless you got a lot of stuff on there.
I don't know what's on there. I have to use the bathroom.
Okay, no problem.
Is there?
Yep.
Is it close by?
Yeah, it's real close by. Okay, you can leave your stuff there, it's not going anywhere, and I'll escort you right around the corner here, okay?
Okay.
Do you want some water after that?
Okay.
Okay.
Can't leave.
Not yet. You got somebody here?
Seriously? Okay, I'll hold it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We just have to eliminate everything, okay? You know what she's saying, right?
I'm assuming I'm a suspect. I can't
No,
go
you're
any
not a
further.
suspect. I don't consider you a suspect. I asked you to come up here. You came up here voluntarily. I'm not read you Miranda. You are not under arrest. You are the closest thing to family that I have to Daniel right now, okay? You are.
I'm so sad for. I
So.
was thinking about something else. He told me that he comes. We have week on, week off, but on Wednesdays we do an overnight.
Right.
And he told me that he might have some work up in New York and he might not be back in time for the Wednesday overnight. So there's no way that he did this because he had all kinds of plans like for next week that
Oh,
were.
you're saying he would not hurt himself?
No.
Okay, all right.
It wasn't him.
Okay. He has no reason to hurt himself or anything along that.
No, I mean,
Okay.
I can see him being really sad when we first got divorced.
Right.
But now he's got Amy and he loves those boys.
Okay.
And things were really good for him. There's no way he did this to himself.
Okay. I believe you.
Which really scares me because it means there's someone out there that's willing to do this to him, and I'm scared for the kids.
Okay. I understand
And they're at school right now, and I want to.
There's an officer at the school.
Okay.
The kids are fine.
Okay.
Okay, there's no, the
I don't
kids
know how
are,
I'm gonna tell them.
well, we're gonna help you with that, okay? But here's what I have to do right now, and I'm just trying, I wanna get this down pat. I know you don't have your phone to refer to,
Okay,
but that's okay.
you'll have all that information.
Right, because I'll check that against what you tell me.
Okay,
Your last phone your last personal contact, in other words, in person with Daniel, was when?
he goes by Danny.
Danny, okay.
No one calls him Daniel.
That's, I don't know him, so I'm sorry.
I'm just
Okay,
telling you
Danny.
so that it just feels really impersonal. My last face-to-face contact with him, wow. We do a lot of like leave-off pickup at the school, right, where one of us will take the kids to school and the other one picks them up. When was the last time I saw him? I definitely saw him when I picked the kids up. I feel like there's something since then, but that would have been.
Do you want to do these?
No, I'm gonna wait. I'm not familiar with the,
Okay, I'll get Annie, because she wanted it before. Yeah.
And that was that morning I drove down, so that was June 30th?
Okay.
Whatever that Monday morning was that we drove down to Miami. I saw him, I met Amy. Then we did a lot of Skype, like we'd Skype every day while I was gone. But that's not in person. I came back with my parents. We drove back all together, and then that Friday, which would have been last Friday, a week from today, so if today's the 18th, it was Friday the 11th, that's my other brother's birthday. And I would have seen him, but I had been with the kids for like 12 days straight, and I was getting really sad at the idea of drop off of Danny coming to pick him up. And so my folks said, you know what, why don't you just, so at about 4:45, I just went over a friend's house. I didn't see him that day. And then he had the kids, and I got some sort of laryngitis, and I was alone all weekend, so that was Saturday, Sunday. And then this week, I missed the kids, so I visited them at school on Monday and Tuesday.
they were staying with Danny?
They were with Danny that whole time, but Danny and I had started on days when we really missed the kids. We'd go have like lunch with them or breakfast with them. So I went and had lunch with them or read them a story. I saw them Monday, I saw them Tuesday. Wednesday was my overnight, and so that was Wednesday, and then he had them Thursday, was yesterday.
Yeah.
So that was the last time I had face-to-face contact with him.
Was?
June 30th.
June 30th, okay. And then yesterday, y'all were conversing on text about this phone call, or about this discussion for Ben.
On email, I think,
Okay.
about, we'd both spoken with an administrator at the school, and so yesterday morning I said to him, I emailed him and said, I'd really love for him to go to this school. I think we should accept it. Here's why. And then I asked him a second question about Ben's birthday coming up, because I didn't have Ben on his birthday, and he wanted this Lego thing, and I wanted to make sure that no one else got it for him. So I asked him if he was going to do a party for Ben, so I knew ahead of time whether people would be bringing presents or whatever, and so I knew whether he would have gotten it from someone else or whether I should buy it for him. And he wrote back and said, when your voice feels better, let's talk, because my throat was really hurting. He said, let's talk, we need to work this out for Monday. And I sent him an email, you'll see it sometime this morning while I was home working on my paper, that said, okay, I'm ready to talk whenever you are. I don't know what time I sent it, but if I called him at 11:40, it was either before I called him, because I thought normally he would have called.
Okay.
Like when he said I'm done with the class at 10:30, and I had said, okay, let's talk, and then sent him a call or an email, like, I thought it was weird I hadn't heard from him, but I just thought, like, oh, maybe he's busy with something or showering. Or...
But he told you at some point that he was going to premiere this morning.
Yeah, no, that
When-
phone message says, I'm going to premiere, I'll be out 10:15, 10:30, and so you
When
can
did-
call me after that.
When did you receive that phone message?
Maybe after the repair guy left, so maybe
This
at
morning?
like, this morning, like
Okay.
at 11-ish or something.
All right. So you're at your house with the repairman. He leaves. You go back to working on your papers, and then you leave your house around noon. Drive down. Trescott's blocked. You turn around. You go back around on Benton, and then you go to
There's a
the
tree.
right. Pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or
Right.
something.
Right. So
I didn't even think like that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off, and I'm sorry, I'm wasting
sorry.
your time.
No, you're not wasting my time. Did you? I think I asked you before. You don't have a number for Amy. You do not have a contact number for her.
Don't.
But you know she's a professor at NYU.
Yeah.
You know that her and Danny have been seeing each other, and that she stayed here from the end of June to the 1st of July. Just
At least
28
2 days, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and she met the children,
Yeah, she met a few friends in town too.
and you don't know anything about her ex,
No, I know she was married.
right?
Um,
And she has children
she has a son
in New York.
in New York.
Okay.
She's a son. I think he's 14.
Okay.
Um,
Do you know how old Amy is?
she's 50.
She's 50?
Yeah. She doesn't look 50. She's very beautiful. But she is, not that you can't be beautiful at 50, but she looks really young. She's very pretty and accomplished. And
You know her date of birth?
I only know that she is 50. I don't, because I was looking her up one time, feeling.
Oh, okay. Okay, so she's 50. She goes by Amy Adler.
Her middle initial is M.
M. Okay.
So that, like, if you looked her, oh my God, if you looked her up on the law school website, you'd find her that way.
Okay.
Her brother's he's like a famous fashion designer, so I think they spend a lot of weekends like in the Hamptons, and she lives in the city and lives like, good life.
Okay. You gave me a name of Matt Price, who's in D.C.
That's his best friend.
Is that an attorney?
He's an attorney, yeah. I'm sorry you have to deal with so many lawyers.
That's okay, I'm used to it. I gotta deal with the state attorney's office, public defender's office, private attorneys.
The only time I've ever been in this, I represent victims of crime. I represent immigrant victims of crime, so it's the only time I've ever been in this building, is
okay.
advocating for my clients.
And the other friend,
The other friend is Josh Berman, also attorney. He's in New York City.
a city attorney for New York?
No, he's private. They're both private.
Okay.
And they were like the historic best friends
Okay.
from college and law school.
And then, of course, Alex is up in Cairo.
I'm assuming they're close. I know that he sleeps over at their house a lot with the kids.
Okay.
I don't know if it's because the kids really love to play together or because they're close, but they spend a lot of time together. I'm sure they're close.
All right. Okay.
Danny's pretty religious, so like he'd be connected with like rabbis and stuff in town too.
Okay. All right. Which synagogue does he go to?
He goes to 2. The one he's most strongly affiliated with is Shomrei Torah. And by the way, if you get a nod that I can use the bathroom, I could really use
Okay.
it. So
I'm gonna make that
I'm
happen
not
right
gonna
now.
die, but if I could just, that'd be great.
Trying to give it back to you.
she's gotta do,
You
she's
come
gotta
with
swab your
me?
hands.
Oh,
First, I'm gonna have to do your hands.
okay. Hi. What does GSR stand for?
Gunshot residue,
Residue?
residue.
Okay. This is a really hard job you guys have.
Can be. All right, right hand. Okay, and are you right or left-handed?
I work with both.
Okay.
But, right-handed.
Okay, left hand. Since noon today, have you washed your hands at all?
I wish I could tell you I had, but I haven't.
Okay.
I'm filthy.
And a picture, correct?
Yeah.
Take a picture. I'm just gonna take a picture.
With my hands?
No,
No,
of you.
you-
Just
you
stand,
stand
up,
up.
and then you can go to the bathroom.
Okay.
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 All right, ready?
Do you need to escort me?
I'm just gonna walk you around the corner. It's not really, it's just showing you where it is. What time do your kids get out of school?
So, I think the school ends at like 5,
Okay.
but I usually pick them up early. Danny probably told him he was going to take them to Truesdale today, so they'll be expecting earlier. But at 5, it would be times.
That's what time they close?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll stay open.
Okay. Okay.
They were supposed to be with me this week, so normal for them, other than this swim bit, would have been to spend the weekend with me and
Where did they sleep last night?
with Danny.
With Danny?
Yeah.
Okay. So Danny took them,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I got a call. So he has an alarm system in the house, and I
Right.
must still be on the call list for people if there's a break-in. I got a call yesterday. I guess it'll be on the phone when it happened. I got a call from like the company with the alarm company that said like the alarm's been triggered, it's gone off. There's another family in town that we were really close with. The woman's name is Lynn, and she's on the list too, so she got a call. I know this because I saw her yesterday evening. I went to a friend's art gallery thing, and she happened to be there, so it's a small town. And she said, oh, I guess I got a call from Trescott. And
Okay.
I said, oh, I got the same call. I said, but I just figured it was fine. So they called yesterday, and I don't remember what time it was. Maybe the morning, maybe the evening, but it happens sometimes, every
Right.
once in a while with weather or whatever, the alarm gets triggered, so I didn't think anything of it. But I
Right.
wonder if there was like an attempted break-in yesterday.
I don't know, I'll have to check into that. Do you know what the alarm company is?
It's on my phone, right? The message
Okay.
that they left.
Sure.
I probably deleted it, but then I didn't delete my deleted messages. So if you look at deleted, you could find it.
Okay.
If not, I could probably figure it out. And Lynn could tell you.
Okay.
If you had to ask her.
That was yesterday?
It was yesterday.
But no calls today?
Mm-mm.
Where did the children sleep the night before? Have they been staying with Danny right along?
Yeah, except week on, week off, but with Wednesday overnights. So Wednesday night they were with me.
When you say Wednesday overnight, Wednesday.
It means like if it's a mommy week, then
Right.
they're with you all week. Except Wednesday night they'd go to Danny.
Okay.
If it's a Danny week,
Right,
so they're with him all week. Except Wednesday night they came to me.
all right, and then, so Wednesday
And
night
that's
they.
the last time. I didn't tell you this, but I thought about it in the bathroom. I didn't have an interaction with him, but that's the last time I saw him was Wednesday. I picked up the kids and I was going to take them to Whole Foods.
Okay,
And I saw Danny working on his computer in the window of the Whole Foods, and I took him to BurgerFi instead.
oh,
Because he and I were, divorced,
Right.
and interactions with him were hard, and it was
Sure.
my one day with the kids, and I thought, well, if we go inside, it's gonna be like all of us together, and I wanted time by myself
That's
with
fine.
them, so I took them, but that's the last time I saw him. So I saw him sitting there Wednesday afternoon working.
He was inside Whole Foods?
He was inside Whole Foods with
Okay.
his computer, like,
Okay.
writing.
And the kids came out?
The kids didn't see him.
Okay.
We were just about to enter. I saw him. I thought, oh, my one day with the kids,
Okay.
and so I went and got burgers instead.
To the burger fry. Okay, all right. So then Thursday,
I got a call.
you got called about the alarm. Had you had any contact with the kids during that time?
On Thursday, I had them Wednesday night. I brought them to school on Thursday, and then, no, not after I dropped them off.
Okay.
And there's a record at school of like when you log in, so I probably dropped them off a little before 9, but they could tell you what
Okay.
time.
All right. And then, so then he kept them last night,
Mhm.
Thursday night, and then he would have driven them to school.
Mhm.
What time does he normally drop them off at school?
It varies. Sometimes he has breakfast with him. I got the call from him. It was 9:04, I think.
Right.
So he must have already just dropped them off and was probably driving from school to the gym, and that's why he was saying, "I'm going to this class. I'll touch base with you after."
Okay. All right. And then no contact after that?
We had some texting contact. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30, and I was like, well, what about last week? I picked them up at 5, and he said I was just being nice, and I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
Okay.
That's the last thing I said to him.
Okay. All right. His parents and his family, do you have contacts for them in your phone?
I have contacts for at least one of them.
Okay.
I think I'd been recently deleting them just because they don't call me. But at least one of them, I can tell you his, like, I don't know whether it's his dad's name. His parents are actually recently divorced.
Okay. We'll get the phone. When we get the phone back, you can supply those numbers.
Okay.
All right, and then we'll attempt to contact them.
Oh my God.
Find out where they're at least in Canada.
It's just the worst thing you could have happen.
Now I gotta ask you something. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you own a gun?
No.
Have you ever owned a gun? Have you ever fired a gun?
I think I went skeet shooting about 12 years ago.
Okay. Nothing since then. Does Danny own a gun?
Not that I know of, but maybe since I left. He didn't own a gun when I was with him.
Never had a gun around, or
No.
did he ever talk about buying a gun or anything?
He would talk about it, but he's a criminal law professor.
Right.
So sometimes he would talk about things just like
Okay.
to have a discussion about, like,
Okay.
should we have a gun in the home? Is it dangerous?
Right.
As far as I knew, there was no gun in the house.
Okay. You don't know anybody that he owed money to? You don't know anyone?
me.
I know, besides you. But it was, and that was under court order, I'm assuming.
And we have lawyers, and he very much respects, as do I, the legal system, you know,
Right.
so it was working its way through.
Okay.
But anyone he owes money to, I mean, he doesn't gamble, he doesn't drink, like, he doesn't have any vices, he doesn't
Right.
do anything weird. I can't imagine. I mean, I think he annoys people with his, like, legal academia, but I think, like, in the ivory tower here, not like, I don't think he owed money to anyone. I can't imagine.
Okay. All right. I mean, unless you have something I can't think of, I'm looking for some reason that someone would want to hurt him.
Not just hurt him.
Right.
I mean,
I know, but the intention.
I could see one of my friends wanting to shake him,
Right.
but with a gun,
Right.
no. I don't know who would do this, and I'm very scared because I don't understand why this would happen. He and I got along fine for the sake of the kids. You heard the message where he was like, well, maybe we'll just take a walk around school. And
Right.
I mean, I found him hard to be around, but so did a lot of people. They all knew he meant well. He was a decent, good human being. He wouldn't hurt anybody he would never do this to anybody. I don't know who would want to hurt him like this. I really don't.
All right. I need to ask you, was your divorce, you said before it had nothing to do with infidelity, no extramarital affairs or anything like that?
Neither one of us.
It was just simply the fact that you all just didn't get along anymore, or was it just the fact that he was belligerent to you?
He never hurt me physically, but he was emotionally abusive.
Okay.
And I didn't tell most people that, so all most people know is it just didn't work out, and it's just the kids are young, and this is just better this way. So other than my family, who saw the way he treated me, most people were, well, I think his family was very surprised. He told everyone around the community that I was mentally ill, because only a crazy person would leave him, and
Okay.
so there's a lot. But, you know, who would, yeah, so that, I mean, that's it. The circumstances, plain and simple, were it just wasn't a really healthy marriage, and I thought it'd be better for the boys if they didn't grow up thinking that's the way you treat women. But he didn't hit me, he didn't hit them, he didn't have a drug problem, he didn't gamble, he didn't cheat on me, I didn't cheat on him. There's no other, I keep thinking the only like unknown I can think of is like Amy's ex-husband. Like, is he still in the picture? Is he upset?
Right.
Danny, I defriended him from Facebook because I found it too upsetting to like see intermittent pictures of the kids. But I wonder, he's very, very public on Facebook about like where he is, when he's traveling, where he's going, and so I wonder if he's got pictures up of him and Amy, and if there's a jealous ex-husband in the...
You know where this ex-husband would be?
He'd be in New York too.
Is he also an attorney?
I don't even know his name.
Okay.
I just know when Amy came down here, they went over a mutual friend of ours. It's a guy that works at the law school, this guy Jay, and his wife Dory is a good friend of mine, and they have kids, my kid's age, and I said to her, I remember saying, so what's she like, like, she met her before I did, and she said, she's really nice, and she's, very sweet, and she's recently divorced too, so she knows how awkward all of this is to meet the new person.
Okay.
I don't know, and I'm scared.
Okay. Have you had anything happen at your house?
No.
Nothing?
Uh-uh.
And the information for Best Buy, for the service tech that was there, that's at your house?
Mm-hmm. I'd be happy, if someone wants to
we'll
come back
get
with
that.
me.
We'll get that. And that was basically from when he came out there to serve, well, I guess to replace the
He
TV.
came out to fix it and then
Okay.
told me that what was wrong with it wasn't fixable.
Right.
And so I called Charlie to find out, should I buy a new one or should I fix
Right.
this one? And he was like, just buy a new one. And yeah.
And once he left, do you remember what time the serviceman left?
Probably around 10,
10.
before 10.
Okay.
And then I left by 12.
But between that time, between 10 and 12, you were by yourself working on your papers and stuff.
Yeah.
Were you doing on papers or computer?
It was all on computer.
Okay.
And that's what I was thinking. I sent some edits in to someone at the law library
All right.
during that time.
Okay.
I called a few friends, I sent some texts, all of that'll be
On the phone?
on the phone.
Or did you call from your house phone?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay, you use all your communications is over your cell phone?
Yeah,
Do you have more than one cell phone?
no.
Okay. All right. I'm going to introduce you to a victim advocate. She's going to be very helpful. And she's going to, once the phone comes back, she'll get the numbers for his folks. You're saying everybody's in Canada, is that correct, on his side of the family?
His family's in Canada.
Okay, Alberta,
No,
Quebec?
his mom and dad, his immediate family is in Toronto.
Okay,
His aunts and uncles and cousins are all in Montreal. Everyone's English speaking.
okay.
Any family, no family in the States, they're all in Canada.
And that's where he's from originally?
He's from there, he came here for college and never left, so he's 41 and he's been here since he was 18.
Did he go to FSU for law school?
No,
Okay. Where did he go to law school?
Harvard.
Harvard, okay. And then he got a position as a professor?
We moved up here for his job.
So you were in New York too?
No, I've never lived in New York.
Oh.
I was actually at University of Miami going to law school. We met, we got engaged, and then I was gonna do my last year of law school up here. So in 2005, we moved here. He was a professor and I was a student for one more year. And then we moved back to Miami for a year, and then we moved here for a year. The reason why I say his parents are gonna say I did it is because after we got divorced, I wanted to move to South Florida. And I filed a petition to relocate in the court, and the court said no. So
Because of the kids?
Yeah, so you can always leave, you just can't leave with your kids, so. So we're in Tallahassee because of Danny's job, so.
He taught at UM before he came up here?
He didn't, he had that year at FSU, and then UM said they wanted to hire him, so I worked there for a year, he worked there for half a year, we commuted back and forth to FSU, and then UM didn't hire him, and so we moved back to FSU,
Okay.
and I've been here since, like the 07 school year.
All right. I'm gonna go get the victim advocate, all right, and introduce you to her, and as soon as we get your phone back, I'll probably want you to show me some of those text messages. I know it's gonna be on the record,
Okay.
but I may wanna ask you that, and then we'll try to get everything expedited, so you can be there when your kids get picked up from school.
Right, because the alternative would be like a police officer.
Yeah, we don't
That
wanna
would be
do that.
scary.
I want you to come pick them up.
Instead of a police officer, if it can't be me, I'd rather it be like a family friend or something.
Well, we could do that too.
Okay,
if
I'm
you'd
just saying,
rather.
like, I
Yeah.
do not want, I think they'll get really scared if
No.
the
All
officer taking
the
them.
officer's done is checked on your children and made
Okay.
sure they're at school. We just had to find out where they were and where you were. Okay?
Yeah,
All right. I'll be right
okay,
back.
okay. I can put my IDs away and
Yes.
Oh my god.
Wendy, this is Sarah Latour.
Hi,
She's
Sarah.
victim advocate.
How are you?
Here, I'm gonna come sit over here on this side of you if you don't mind. So I don't have to meet you under these circumstances.
I'm usually a lot more fun.
Okay. I've been trying to kind of find some next of kin information on his parents.
Do you want their names?
Yes, that would be helpful.
His dad is Phil Markel.
And they're in Canada, correct?
They're in Canada, they're in Toronto.
Toronto.
Uh-huh.
Come on, step up.
Okay. His mom's name is Ruth Markel.
Mhm. Are they married still?
They just got divorced. They're 70. They just got divorced after like 30-something years of marriage.
Okay. And when you say they're 70, are they in good health 70?
Mhm. Yeah, they're young. They're like,
70 but not 70.
my dad just turned 70 and they're young 70.
Okay. So they wouldn't live together?
I don't think they're living together.
Okay.
Truthfully, Danny and I got divorced in the last 2 years, and they separated in the last 2 years, so
Okay.
I'm fuzzy on the
And
details.
that's okay, and you were going through your thing, and they were probably going through theirs at the same time.
Yeah. I have that skirt.
Do you?
It's pretty.
I should look at it, I got my hat. A lot of people do.
He has a sister that he's really close with.
Is she in Canada too? And what's her name?
Her name's Shelly Markel.
Is Shelley short for something?
It's not.
Okay. Does she have an EY in there, or is it just?
No, it's Shely. I'm sure you do this all the time as your job, but like I cannot believe this is happening.
It's not a normal situation to be in, and it's never easy or anything like that. So all your emotions and stuff you're feeling are okay right now, okay?
They're so worried about my kids. I don't know how I'm gonna tell them what happened.
And you know what,
They're so little.
and you know, it is difficult sometimes with little kids because their perception of reality is
They
different.
love their dad.
Of course they do.
I'm sorry, you can ask me questions.
No,
I'm
no,
just-
you're fine. Talk to me about what you want to talk to me about.
It's fine. I'll tell you what you
No, you're good though. I want to be here for you too. I can say very strong.
I just like, I can't believe this is happening. I don't understand and I'm very scared because if this can happen, like what if someone's gonna come after the kids? Like who did this and why would they do this?
And from, you know, what they're missing, they haven't had any indications of that.
Do you think someone can watch the house where I'm gonna be with the kids tonight to make sure that nobody comes after us?
We'll discuss kind of that type of stuff. I'm gonna make sure that they know all your concerns and fears. Okay?
I just
take stuff one step at a time though right now. I know it's hard.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell them.
You know, I can tell you this. I think it's gonna be best coming from you. You're their mother, and you seem very educated and put together. And it sounds like you've gone through a lot the past 2 years.
And but the kids have been doing so well with everything. They're really like happy, well-adjusted kids. They have so many people in their life
like
that
you all are
love
doing
them.
the right thing.
And I get why I would be a suspect, but the idea that we were divorced, but the idea that I would ever do anything is like, I understand why they need to check, but
And
I don't know who would though. I don't know who would do this. I can see why they would think it would be me.
well, and I don't think. And did Investigator Isom talk to you at all about like what your role is in this?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
And a lot of times they do stuff just to kind of cancel you out too.
It's fine. I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I just can't believe this is happening. So, I do best with being helpful. So why don't you tell me what I can do to help you?
Okay. Well, give me the parents' names. I know you probably, if you have any of their phone numbers, I know you don't right now, probably from memory either.
It's in my phone.
Right.
I don't remember them.
So we'll wait for.
They lived in Toronto, and I didn't have a really close relationship
Okay.
with them before the divorce.
Okay.
And after the divorce, it's been, I've sent his sister like happy birthday messages, but it hasn't. It's not close, and so I don't.
Right. You didn't have a reason to really have communication with them, and that's okay.
Okay, so other than their names,
Right. That's probably all you really.
no, I'm asking like, what can I do?
Let's see. You can, worry about you and your boys. Start thinking who would be someone that you want here for you that's here in Tallahassee now
What do you mean here for me? Like for what?
for support for you, because you're gonna have to go.
I'd really like my family to come.
Okay.
They're not here, but
Where are they located?
I'm just so upset right now that I'm worried about parenting effectively. And so if
well, and that's why.
if my parents were here, they could help me. They're really close with the kids, and so they could help me. I feel like you and I look a little bit alike. Do you see this as you're looking at my face?
You have very pretty blue eyes. They're much bluer than mine.
But I feel like, anyway, it's like
And the
looking
hair.
at my sister, similar hair. I must look awesome right now, but when I'm not in crisis, I'd really like my parents to be here and help me
Okay.
with the kids.
And so, for my information, what are your parents' names?
I feel like I should be the one to tell them.
No, I don't want. I'm not gonna go tell them. I'm just
Yeah.
more of, as
Who's
you know,
with
this
you.
time goes on, right? When you're referring to people, I want to know who you're
Sure.
talking about.
My parents' names are Donna and Harvey Adelson.
And did you say they were in Florida?
They are. They're splitting. They're sort of in the process of retiring.
Okay.
I mean, semi.
Mhm.
So they work together. They're super happy and in love. 40 plus years in, so they live in Coral Springs for part of the week and then in Miami for part of the week. So today is Friday and they're in Miami.
Okay, so is Miami like their weekend home then for them?
my brother Charlie got this place for them to sort of have them try living in Miami, so
Okay.
sometimes on the weekends they all hang out together. So they'll be there.
And like I said, I'm not gonna notify your parents or do anything like that. I was just, like I said, getting that more of just so.
For future, yeah.
And do you have anyone in Tallahassee that you consider your go-to person here?
I have a lot of, I'm not saying this to be braggy, I have like a number of people that
You
I
have a
feel.
good network.
I do. The person who feels most like family
Mhm.
is my friend, Lynn.
Lynn? Okay.
She's just a bit older than me, and I'm very close with her family. She has 4 kids, and I'm kind of like an aunt to the twin girls. I'd really love for Lynn to be around.
Okay. What's Lynn's last name?
Grossman.
SSMAN?
Yeah,
Okay, she's here locally.
she is. Yeah, she lives right down, really close to me.
What are your 2 boys' names? I know.
My older son is turning 5 on the 29th. His name's Benjamin.
I just, it's about 10:04, so I know we're gonna need to start making arrangements as far as if you want somebody to pick your kids up and take them home, that type of thing, so Sarah can, if you wanna figure that out, just 'cause I think he said that they had to be picked up by about 5 or so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, something to
Okay,
just think about
okay,
what we
thank
wanted to
you.
get on.
What should we do about that?
What do you think would be, do you have any, because you probably have, they're younger, right? So probably
They're 3.5 and 5.
So they probably
They're
started
in
on
car
boosters.
seats.
Okay.
They're in car seats. I am in shock right now, so I could probably be functional to like drive
can
a
help.
car.
Well, I can help with kind of that type of stuff. Do you have a friend do you want?
I mean, I would, if Lynn is here, I don't know if she's in town. It's Friday?
Yes, yes.
I don't know if she's in town this weekend. If
Okay.
she is, I would love for her to be with
Lynn
me.
would be your person? Okay.
Yeah.
And then if Lynn's not, do you have a kind of backup person you would think?
I do. I have a lot of friends who have kids,
Mhm.
so they have their own responsibilities. My friend Jane, who actually I think used to be a victim advocate.
Okay.
Jane would be a really good choice. Jane McPherson.
Okay. You probably, and I might be able to get these numbers, but you
Because she
think.
doesn't have kids. It's all on my phone.
And it's okay. And I know I don't have anything memorized either. So.
Other close friends that I would have be with me right now. I have this really close friend whose husband died last year, who has a kid, and we spend a lot of time together, so she'd understand, but I don't want to do that to her.
Okay. Well, and I think maybe between Lynn and Jane.
Hopefully
maybe
one
we
of
can
them.
get- okay.
Oh, Jane might be traveling. It's just summer, people are
Okay,
traveling
it's
all the
okay.
time.
I understand.
Who else might be here?
What do you think Lynn and Jane would be kind of a good start?
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go check and see how long on your phone, so that way we can kind of start working on those things.
Okay.
Some things for you to think about, when you meet your boys. And I'm sorry, it's really hard.
I just don't know how I'm gonna tell them this.
Well, you know your boys better than everyone else does, right?
Right now, they were expecting, I don't know if Danny told them or not, the plan was he was gonna take them swimming this afternoon,
Okay.
which is sort of out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Normally, I would just pick him up, but I think he's leaving town for the weekend, I just think he wanted extra time with the kids. So
Right.
he was gonna take them to Truesdale and bring them to my house. So
Okay.
sometimes plans change.
Right.
Like, sometimes his flights are delayed from New York, and the kids say, they call him Abba, which means father in Hebrew. They'd say, I thought this was an Abba day, what are you doing here?
Okay.
And I'd say, well, Abba's flight was late, so it's gonna be a mommy day for a little while. So if there was a plan they were expecting, it would have been the go to the pool plan, but
Okay.
they knew that it was time to be with me, so.
Okay, so I knew they were gonna transition into
So
a
normal
mommy time.
for them would have been mommy all weekend,
Okay.
mommy all week, and then
Okay.
Wednesday Abba.
Okay.
what you were saying. So for them, this is what they expect. Is I think for me to come pick them up, it's very normal.
Okay.
I don't know if I can drive a car right now.
And that's why we're gonna try to see some friends, kind of try to work out what options we can to help you, so you might not have to do that. Okay.
Okay.
So let me go check on your phone,
Okay.
and then I'll come back and kind of let you know and see maybe how long it would take, or see if I can find some phone numbers.
My two friends that I was with for lunch when they came and found me, how did they find where I was?
I have no
Also,
idea.
I mean, did they just search for my car? Like, I am just amazed. I was eating with two girlfriends. They're both psychiatrists.
Okay.
So they'd probably be good people to talk to.
Okay.
One of them is a child psychiatrist, so I just
so
feel
she
like
might be a good person to talk to, especially about
how to talk to the boys.
Okay. I'm gonna be right back.
I'm
okay?
fine. As
I
fine
know,
as I'm
I
gonna
know.
be, so I'm fine.
Do you know where Lynn or Jean work? Because we're gonna try to find some phone numbers for them, or maybe some work numbers. If they work at.
So Jane is a PhD student. She's working from home.
Okay.
Lynn works, I'm kind of forgetting what the name of the place is that she works. She does like Holocaust, recovery stuff, Department of Financial Services, maybe. It's not DVPR, it might be DFS, but her
So
husband.
she works for the state, though.
Her husband and I are close to, like, I'm
Okay.
friends with the family. Her husband's name is Alan Grossman, Allen.
Oops.
And he has his own law firm in town, so he should be really easy to find.
Okay,
It's
then
like
he-
Grossman, but Furlough and Bio, maybe.
Do you know what street it's off of by chance? Probably downtown. Okay, that's good.
But
though.
you
I
can
mean,
find him and find
he's
that
an
number,
attorney.
and he's usually at work. I'm trying to think. All of my really, really close friends live out of town, but yeah.
Okay. And go. I'm gonna try to do just some Google stuff real quick, and then I'll come back.
Okay. God, we really should start memorizing more phone numbers. I used to know
You know,
them.
it's just technology that makes it easier for us.
I'm going crazy in this white room.
I'm sorry. I know it's not the.
It's not like pictures from
No, no.
I just feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone, and I keep picturing the kids like at a funeral having to say goodbye to their dad, and I
Just take it
can't
one
believe
step
I
at a
have to do
time.
this to them.
Do you want me when I find their numbers? Is it okay if I call your
Yeah,
friends?
yeah,
Okay,
it's
you want
fine.
me, and I can go and tell them
I
that you.
could really use some help
Okay.
taking care of the boys tonight.
Of course.
I'm trying to think of who else I would call. My closest friend in town is on vacation right now with her family.
Well, we'll start with Lynn and see kind of where we get from there, since she.
Okay.
Okay.
Ugh.
other kind of question we have, do you want, if we get in touch with one of your friends, you think it's best if maybe they picked up the kids first, or?
Just because it's 4:15 now, I didn't know time-wise what we'd be looking at.
I just don't want to
Bring them.
I was about to say I don't want to traumatize them, but they're about to get plenty traumatized.
And they can take them home.
Right. I just don't know what would be less upsetting for the boys.
That's up to you.
What I would most like.
Or we can make arrangements with the school and just say, look, it's gonna be a little late, you need to work with us, and mom and a friend will
I
come.
think they do keep it open till like 5:30 or
Okay.
so. So what I would most like would be to pick them up myself
Okay.
and have someone with me in
Okay.
case I don't feel like I can drive well.
That's fine. And Lynn would be your first option
Lynn
to
would
come
be
here.
my first
And
choice,
you're-
or Alan, her husband.
Okay. And you're okay with me speaking with them and telling them to come here
Yeah.
first? And
My car is.
we have, the car is here.
Oh, they got it here.
I think they were bringing it here, and I think,
Did they take my keys?
I don't
How did
know.
they get the car here?
I don't know.
I guess you guys.
Well, I may be wrong. I thought, Investigator Isom,
Yeah.
it may still be at the other place, was gonna touch base, okay, I may be wrong, was going to touch base with you about, cause I know he's done a bunch of different stuff as far as doing your hands and all that stuff, to see if you'd be willing to let us look in your car, to see if there's
you can look-
anything,
you
you know,
can
okay.
Search the car.
And so he'll have another form for you
That's
to do.
fine.
Okay, so I will call them, and the question is, I will not tell them what's going on until they get here,
I would tell them.
okay? I just didn't know them driving, are they good friends with him as well?
They've been mutual friends, but
Okay.
they're more my friends.
Okay.
I mean, I think everyone's gonna be devastated.
Sure,
to hear
and maybe
about
I'll
this,
just
but-
say that you're up here, you're fine, but they need to come pick you up, and then we can do that here, you know?
I mean, I think you can tell them
Okay.
Wendi needs help
That's
picking up
fine.
the boys
Yes.
because of
yeah.
what's happened. Like, I think you can tell them why
Okay.
I need them,
That's fine.
and that's fine.
She said she's fine with the van, searching the van and stuff when,
Do
you
you
know,
want-
because we were talking about that. All right, I will take care of this, Wendy.
Thank you. I don't know who that is. Is she another victim
She's,
advocate?
No.
a sergeant with us.
Okay. That was very gendered of me. Sorry.
Those what?
Gendered,
you're
assuming
okay.
she's a
No.
victim advocate because she's a woman.
No.
You're welcome. I'll fill out whatever paperwork you want.
I have it right here.
Search the van. I can read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you witness that, Sarah?
Sure.
We got an alternative for the kids?
What's the alternative?
I mean,
Right
somebody
now,
else.
Joanna's calling one of her friends that she gave us and trying to see if they can have the friend come here,
Right.
and then they can go together and pick up the children. That way
Okay.
she'll have a support system.
Right,
So.
absolutely. The receipt you just rolled up, what was that for?
That was lunch. I was trying to find the receipt from the bourbon, but I may have put it with the bourbon. This is from yesterday. It's lunch. But these are old ones. I was looking for the bourbon, but I must have put it in the bag with the bourbon that I kept in the car.
Can I hold on to this one for Mosaic?
Sure.
Okay. Do you need it to balance your book down?
No,
Okay.
sir, that's fine.
What's this?
I just didn't want you to think I was crumbling up other receipts.
No, it wasn't for that, I just was thinking before.
No, I just thought I would find the bourbon one.
Yeah.
But I must have put it in the bag.
Just looking at the dates.
I eat a lot. I lost the key to my house, so I went to buy many spare keys to give to friends around town so I don't get locked out of my house again.
Okay.
So that's
All
what
right.
that is. It's my many spare keys that are now around Tallahassee, which now makes me nervous.
Okay. I know the receipt that I might be interested in is the gas receipt.
Yeah. Oh, I asked for no receipt,
Okay.
so I can give you my
That's okay.
charge card. information, but
If I need it later on.
I didn't get a receipt.
That's all right.
Okay.
But you bought the bourbon over there sometime afternoon and then went to, okay. All right.
It should be, the bourbon's in the car, so
Okay.
it should be in there.
Okay. I'll get started on this and we'll hold on to this.
Are you, bringing the car here?
Yes, I think it's already here.
How did they bring it here without
Tow truck.
keys?
Tow
Tow truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to be as efficient as possible. All right, so we're working on the
Yep, Joanna's trying to make contact now with some friends.
okay, and then they'll come here hopefully. Okay.
Hopefully, as long as she can get.
Do you think I need to, I had like a whole weekend of plans ahead with the kids and stuff, like, should I start contacting people and let them know that like I can't,
Just,
what's a good idea?
um,
I just, like, I can't show up for like play dates right now, so.
sure, yeah.
I don't know, like, do you want me not to tell people what's going on? Is this like,
Well,
I got that call from Lisa Perry, so like, how did she find out?
well, she said she saw something in the neighborhood or heard
She
something,
said she
right?
heard there was a shooting on Trescott. I thought because she's a real estate agent, maybe she was
Right.
rolling around and she saw Trescott. But how did, like, is it on the news? Like, did,
Well, I can tell you that there was news media out there with cameras, but I don't know if anything has been reported as to the specific address.
okay.
I don't know what our public information office has released.
I'm asking for you, like,
Okay.
I don't want to, like, make this,
She wants to know what she can tell people or what she can't right now.
which, in
Well,
terms of making things better or worse for you.
I would say that for right now, I would not deny to anybody that something did happen, but you
if
could.
I'm gonna call and cancel all my, like, I'm supposed to be at a party
Right.
tonight, like,
Okay, I can't go. There's been an incident
so I
that's
can
happened
just
in
tell
family.
people, I'm just not gonna be able to be
Right.
there, I'll talk to you later, and that's
Right,
it.
that's
Okay,
That's fine.
okay,
Yeah. I don't want you not to have a support network of friends.
yeah,
And
well, I
and
will
you-
tell who needs to know, but like,
Right.
I also, I don't,
You want to
I
explain
don't-
this to 1,000 people.
well, it's not about, it's yes, but I don't think that's good for the kids, like, I don't want people, I don't know what to do about, like, the kids are really young, I don't know what to do in terms of that reaction, but I also am kind of scared that there's like some maniac out there, and I would like for you to find whoever that is, so I don't want to make things worse in some way in terms of you being able to find someone.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Just, I would just only tell
Just-
the people that need to know, that are
Okay.
closest to you for your benefit. And anyone else, if they inquire, you can tell them any excuse you want. You can say, the police have asked me not to discuss it.
Okay,
It's as simple as that.
I'll throw you under the bus.
Okay, I'm used to that.
Okay. That's it, I swear, I'm just blowing my nose.
You're all right.
Sarah, your job is very hard.
It is.
You have a very nice personality for it, very calming.
Thank you for saying that. That's kind of how I sell myself sometimes on doing this.
It's
so.
really hard. Do you know Gwen?
Gwen Williams?
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I think you did a presentation at a Red Cross human trafficking.
Sure I did.
Yeah. Okay. Because I
At Salvation Army?
yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was me.
I thought so. Because when they were kind of telling me, who I was going to be talking with, I was like, that sounds familiar.
And I had the boys there that morning, and that's why I like talked and
And I
ran
remembered
out.
you talking about your boys actually too.
Well, it's good to see you again.
Sorry, under these circumstances.
I feel like I'm in the middle of a nightmare.
This isn't something that anyone plans on going through or wants to go through.
We were
so it is.
divorced, it wasn't good, but like, this is never something you would ever want to happen. I understand why I'm a suspect. I guess I'm not a suspect. I understand why you would think that I would do this, but not you, but
Right.
I'm just worried about the kids, and I'm so sorry for his family. and for his children who are now going to grow up without a father. And I have no idea who would do this, and I feel like they're out there. And if they're capable of this, like, what's to keep them from going after the kids? Like, if they hate Danny, then why wouldn't they hate his children?
And you know, they're doing this investigation now to kind of figure out what happened.
He didn't do it to himself. There's no way he did it. He never really got depressed. He never got that sad. You know, like, he was a really positive guy.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't him.
And you know, just because you guys are divorced, you probably know him very well, probably better than anyone else does. So.
Except for the last 2 years. Like, I don't know specifics of, like...
Well, right, his personal life, but you still know his personality.
I do.
And, you know, personalities usually don't change very often, so...
Yeah. I'm gonna have a hard time not being sad in front of the boys. I need to tell them today, don't I?
I think you do.
Have you done this before? Doesn't
Have
matter
I
if
told,
you've done this before.
Have I told children? You know, I have, not as young as your boys.
What do I tell them?
You know where your boys are at. You know kind of what you've talked to your boys, you know, and I know they're so young, you know, some parents have conversations about life and death and things like that, and some haven't at that age.
We had our first conversation about God yesterday, ever. And Ben was clipping into his car seat, and Ben out of nowhere says, "Mommy, I bet Abba knows a lot more about God than you do." And I said, well, different people have different beliefs about God. And so we get to the car, and Ben was like, "Is God a man or a woman?" I said, well, some people believe that he or she is an old white man with a long white beard. And Lincoln, who's 3.5, said, "God is dead."
And is Ben's your oldest then? And then who's your 3.5-year-old?
Lincoln.
Lincoln?
And
I love that name.
I said, Lincoln, like, I was like, it's like Nietzsche in the back seat. Like, it's like Lincoln, who's still in diapers, but is having a sophisticated conversation about God. And I just was laughing and laughing, and they were asking such interesting questions, and I was answering them with, like, different people think different things. And, you know, but it was just our first time we ever had a conversation. Really, they talk about superheroes a lot, and so sometimes they'll joke, they'll fall over and be like, "I'm dead," and I say, "I really don't like it when you say that." And you know, they've talked about like animals being like he was dead, like on the ground, and they even quasi understand Lincoln's named after my grandmother, and whose initials are LJ, so his initials are LJ. He would say to my mom, who's still very heartbroken over the loss of her mother, he'd say to her mom, like, "Is your mommy dead?" And she'd say, "Yes, you know, you're named after him." And he'd say something like, "Well, is she in heaven then?" You know, like, so they have some fleeting concept of things like God.
They know heaven.
I mean, I don't know.
And let me just kind of back. I'm not sure what investigator Isom kind of told you. You know that he's still alive.
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. He's.
Is he possibly gonna make it?
I don't know the answer to that. I know.
He made it sound like he was gone.
Okay.
So does that mean that he might be okay? You don't know.
I don't think, from what it sounds like, I don't think he'll be
the same. Okay, but he might make it.
I don't want to give you that false hope.
I'm sorry, I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know,
like,
and that's why I was kind of asking you.
I didn't know that. He
I
made
mean,
it sound like he was gone.
I don't think it's good though.
I know that's sort of what he said, but I assumed he was saying that like euphemistically.
And that's why I'm kind of because I don't want to be misleading in this conversation.
Is there any way to find out if because if he might be okay, like I want to bring the kids to him so that they can.
And that's kind of stuff we'll talk about in a little, but let me ask him.
I just think that's different, right? Like, if he's not going to make it and he can see the kids one more time, then he should see them. So, is there, are we getting updates from the hospital?
They have been, you know, they were at the hospital. Obviously, when, you know, something like this happens, they do go to the hospital.
How did this, so when it happened, did someone call the police because they heard a gunshot or something? How would they know to, did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital?
I don't know the answers to all these, and I'm not, you know, I'm gonna let, when Investigator Adelson comes back in here, I'll let you kind of ask some of those questions.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
But I didn't want you to think, I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to think that he was
I thought he was gone.
And that's what I was getting from your conversation, and I didn't want it to be.
If he's still alive, I need to make different choices.
Right.
I want the boys to be with him. I don't know. I mean, if he looks scary, then.
Right, and that's what.
Is that why? Does he look scary? Is that why?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Because I think that would be more traumatizing for the kids to see like something horrible. Right. I don't want them to.
And I will say, from a victim advocate perspective, I always recommend people not to, especially young children.
They're so little. I mean, they could I want them to have. If it's gonna have to be memories, I want them to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Because their last memory would have been him taking them to school this morning.
Mm-hmm.
This morning. Is the police officer still at school? Like, are the boys safe there right now?
I don't know the for sure answer to that, but I do know that they checked on them. And
I know they checked on them, but like, the kids, I just want to make sure they're okay.
Let me go talk and let me ask them that for you. Wendy, look at me. There's no reason for them to think that anything's going to happen to the boys right now, okay?
Okay.
And I just want you to know that there's no indications that.
But why would someone do this? Like, why wouldn't they just come after my whole family?
I do hear your concern. I do. I just want you to know, though, like, there's no, if there was an indication.
I mean, there's no indication some crazy person was gonna kill Danny, so why would they not think someone was gonna, like, anything could happen, right?
From what I understood, that there was someone that was at the school.
They didn't find anyone, like, running away at the scene, did they?
I don't know that answer, okay? I'm sorry, I know I'm giving you a lot of, I don't know.
I know, I'd rather that than you make something up, but I just have no idea what's happening right now.
I'm sorry. Let me go see and try to talk to Investigator Isom and see if he can give you a little bit more clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I tried Lynn's office, and of course it's, you know, she's a state worker at 4:30 on a Friday, so she wasn't there.
Do you
I
have her
called.
cell phone for my phone?
Not yet.
Okay.
I called Alan
What
and
is your name?
Sergeant Baldwin, Joanna, sorry. And I spoke with his secretary. He didn't answer his cell phone. I did get a hold of Jane, okay? So she is on her way, okay? And I'll keep trying Alan. They were sending him a whatever message to his phone, so he will probably call me.
Did
when
you
he
tell
gets
Jane
there.
what happened?
No, I told her, I didn't want to tell her over the phone. I said, I'm sorry, I'm being cryptic. Something's happened with her ex-husband and she needs you here and we need help picking up the kids and you're free to go with her when she gets here. We'll work on car seats. They may be done doing what they need to do with your van when she gets here, so y'all can take your car or we can get the car seats, however we need to do it.
Okay.
Okay? Do you want anything to drink? Or, I know that's probably the last thing on your mind, but anything to drink or snack, or I know you were at lunch, but.
Just some water?
Some water? Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
We got somebody?
Yep, she's on her way.
Okay, where's she going?
She's coming here,
Okay.
and then I told her we would figure it out from there. She doesn't have car seats, so we need to work
Can you get
that
with
out.
Couch, because he's doing the van,
Okay.
and they can move the car seats over to the
Yep,
other car.
and I didn't know if we'd be done or what, but we will get those.
Yeah, all right. I'm trying to keep you informed as much as possible.
Thank you.
I'm trying to be in a bunch of places at once.
My grandmother once said you can't have your tuchus in two places at once. So it's hard
That's
to
true.
do.
That's true. Here's,
I'm losing my mind over here.
okay, this is the thing, all right? My understanding, okay, I'm gonna give you let me do it backwards, because this will be easier, or not backwards, but the other way.
Is he still alive?
Clinically, he's not gonna live.
What does that mean?
He has
Is he
a
brain
severe,
dead?
yes, he has a severe brain injury.
So much shot in the head.
It's apparently there's too much damage to recover from it. Okay, that's why we need to get a hold of his
family.
parents. Right.
I don't know what his I don't know if he has an advance directive or
Right.
what he would have wanted. He once told me that he would want we joked, I said I would want to be like, if I have an advance directive, I do this kind of work, I run a medical legal partnership, like, if I once said if I ever was like brain dead, I would want to be like, I'd want the plug pulled,
Right.
and he said he would want all efforts made, like he would be cryogenically frozen, like he wanted every single effort that could be made to keep him alive. I know that much.
My understanding, and that's what we'll have to get a hold of the family as soon as possible, but my understanding is there's irreparable damage. There's nothing that can be done. I mean, I'm not there, I wasn't there, but I understand from previous cases that the brain, his brain is damaged beyond repair. There's nothing that can be done for that.
Is he still alive? Should I bring the kids to see him?
No. He has severe facial injury. I'm sorry, and I know this is tough, but I would not want my children to see.
Okay, I just thought I got this inkling that maybe he was like still somewhat conscious and I
No.
wanted him to get to be with them okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry about that, but that's
Okay.
the way it is. Like I said,
Okay.
there's severe injury, trauma.
Okay.
All right,
Is there someone is there a doctor working on him, or are they just?
There's doctors at the trauma bay, the ER.
Yeah.
I think he's been transferred to ICU.
Okay,
All right, and they'll have to make a determination about organs
oh my
and so
God.
forth.
Oh,
So, hence, hopefully we can.
okay, the kids, yeah, the kids.
All right, now let's talk about the kids, okay?
Okay,
All right. I don't know who the contact person was. Was it one of the ladies that you were eating
I
with?
think I
No.
got Miss McPherson.
I thought I wasn't supposed to contact them, so I didn't ask about those two because I thought it seemed. Anyway, I
That's
asked
fine.
two other women I'm friends with.
Okay, that are familiar with
I
the
think
children?
Jane is who they got.
Does the daycare place have to be contacted to allow her to?
Oh, I kind of thought I would go with her.
Okay, here's the thing, all right? As soon as his phone comes back,
Yeah.
I have to ask you some questions about I've already known about the phone.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for?
It would be weird for Jane to, Jane likes the boys a lot, but it would be better for Lynn to pick them up, just because Lynn has picked them up before, when Danny had a back surgery.
Okay.
They call her Aunt Linny, they're really close with her. If we could get her cell phone number,
Okay,
or
Do
her
Lynn and Jane
daughter,
know each other at all?
probably a little through me,
Through you, but not friends.
yeah. I mean, Jane's a therapist, she'd be very comforting, she has 2 kids of her own, she'd be fine, but I'm trying not to freak the kids out any more than necessary, so Lynn or Alan, her husband, Alan or Lynn would be the best choice.
you don't have a number by heart for them?
No.
Okay.
Here, let me go check with Joanna and see
Please.
where she
Like-
got, if she got far with them.
The reason being is.
You need to talk to me.
Yes.
Okay.
And you've been great. I mean, you understand exactly how we have to do things, and I haven't had to explain a lot of stuff, but really, I feel the need to, I really want you here.
Okay.
If, and you're not under arrest or anything like that.
I understand why you
But,
think I'm the
but-
primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. I have to work just as hard, whether you were or you're not,
Okay,
Okay.
I understand.
to show what your activities were,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And let's put it this way, I think you're a straightforward person, and I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me,
Okay.
and you haven't. So my thing is that let's let the,
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something like that.
I know. And it's
So I
gonna,
understand why I would
Okay.
be the person you would think would do something, but
well, we have to work just as hard to eliminate people.
it's fine. I want to figure out who this is because
Right.
I'm honestly worried.
Well, let me ask you, if you found out that this was someone that you personally know, would that change your mind about what should happen to that person
About what should happen to that person?
for prosecution purposes?
No.
Is
I mean,
there
if
any way that
somebody-
you would think
if
somebody
tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
regardless of who it is?
I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother, but I don't think it was my family.
Okay.
Anyone outside my immediate family, that's a tough one. But
Okay.
I don't think my immediate family did this, so
Okay.
if it's anybody else, yeah.
Okay. Would you think that this guy Charlie would even be capable of doing something like this?
No. No.
Let's just talk.
He's the Joker.
Okay. All right. Based on the fact that the clock is already ticking, all right, and we have to do as much work as possible up front, that's why I want you to stay here,
Okay.
if at all possible.
Okay.
But you're these children's mother, and if they have somebody,
I can't freak him out, you know? Like,
nobody's gonna freak them out.
I know, I'm just saying, like, my kids, like, they're already gonna have to deal with so much. Like, they're gonna wonder where I am, and the best thing would be Lynn and Alan, to have them hang around with them. My friend Janine, I was with two women. One of them is well, they're both doctors, but one of them has kids that the boys are friends with. And so, like, he could go over their house, they could go over their house and spend time. I don't want them, like, where's mommy? What's
Mommy's
going on?
busy. Mommy's busy, can't come here right now. Will that suffice?
For a little while, yeah.
Okay. All right. Lynn, do we have a number for Lynn?
Joanna tried to get in contact with her, left a message at Alan's office for him to call.
Is he
They
calling?
haven't heard back yet.
Can they page him? Like, do they have a? I don't know.
Now I know Jane's on the way here, and you just don't think she.
I mean, I think she'd be okay. I think I'd rather Jane. Jane has just never picked up my kids before.
Would the school have a problem with Jane picking them up?
Given the circumstances, no.
Okay, well, I mean, do they have to have authorization?
They probably do. I mean, I can call the school, and I mean, this is a very unusual circumstance. I can call the school and tell them I approve Jane McPherson to pick up the kids, and then.
Does she have a place to take them?
I mean, she has a nice house, a comfortable, you know, like
Is she
a
willing to do
child-friendly
that?
house.
I mean, I know she's on her way here
She
now.
doesn't know
so.
what happened, I don't think. She
Okay.
just knows I'm here.
All right. Let's get, Jane's on her way here, all right, and the school's out on Tharp, and I'm assuming she lives up in the northeast part of town.
Quite an assumption. Yeah, she's off Waverly. And her husband is a writer, so both parents are around.
Okay. Let's have Jane, do you want me to talk to her, or just tell her that, or have Joanna I'll talk to
I
Joanna.
think someone should, Jane was a victim advocate too for a while. She's in there. Jane McPherson
McPherson,
My
what was she,
friend
a
Jane.
victim advocate?
in Gadsden.
Okay.
Maybe she wasn't. She's a therapist.
Okay.
Did she do something at the university now, or is she just a PhD
She was the 1
student?
million bones woman.
Okay, that's where I know it's name
Alright.
from.
Will you coordinate with her and let her call the school to have Jane pick the children up?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna redirect Jane to the school directly.
Okay.
It's what's your
Creative preschool, it's on Tharp. Right past there's a Magnolia school, and then there's Creative on your right.
It's right up here, right?
It's on Tharp.
Oh, no.
There's
Talk
a
about
couple.
west of town?
There's a couple, I'm really bad with directions. If you were to go all the way up Tennessee
Right.
and turn right, like on, I think it's Ocala, right where
Right.
Super Perros is, and then you'd make a left on Tharp, you'd go up a little ways more and it would be on your right.
Creative preschool.
I'm gonna throw up.
Come in the bathroom if you need to.
Okay,
Do you
Leave
want to go
this
in there for a
open?
bit?
no, I'm fine.
Okay, well, let me know if I'm just gonna Google if that's okay.
Create a preschool, yeah. Ugh.
West Third Street.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds right. Uh-huh.
Do you want
It's like a whole cast of characters. You get Jane from 1 Million Bones. Were you involved in that?
I knew about it, and I know I saw a lot of stuff on it. I
Yeah.
can't recall if I've done anything directly with it, but. Do you want me to talk to them first, or do you want to?
What would you tell them what happened, or no?
No.
Okay. I will talk to them.
I would just say this person's going to pick up extenuating circumstances, please.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Chuck. This is Wendi, Ben, and Lincoln's mom. Hi. I'm not going to be able to pick them up today, but my friend Jane McPherson's going to come. Is that okay? Her name is Jane McPherson. She's a petite woman with short blonde hair. Yes. She should have her ID if she's driving. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chuck. Are the boys doing okay? Okay. Well, that sounds great. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Bye. Lincoln's outside playing, and Ben is in the blocks area playing with blocks.
They're only a year and a half apart, so they'll be like a
14
year
months
behind each other every time in school, right?
They have Ben's a July birthday and Lincoln's October, so they may end up a little more spaced.
Okay. So like have the, yeah, because July he'll probably be like the young baby in classes.
That was our,
Lincoln will be the older.
that's what we were supposed to talk about this morning, is like whether Ben should start kindergarten or go to kindergarten twice, or what he should do. And then he didn't call me back, which was weird.
Are you thirsty?
Yeah.
Let me see if I.
Is it Joanne or Joanna?
Joanna.
She said she was gonna bring some water.
Okay. We're kind of all running around. Let me
you
get
feel
that
like
for you.
not
Let
being
me grab
around
some more
us.
tissues too.
I've gone through.
Oh, I want to be around you. I just know if I was sitting here, what would I probably want? Not much, but I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. I guess this is a very different version of me you saw on the stage speaking versus having this. Thank you for that.
Yes, but this is an acceptable version given the circumstances, I don't think.
I just keep picturing the kids and what I'm going to tell them.
And from what I understand, Lynn's here.
Lynn's here?
Yeah, I think they're gonna go ahead and have her go pick up the kids.
Can I just like get a hug from her?
Let me see if she's still here. Okay. She's not up here probably, so let me see.
I'm sorry, I don't want to run you around. It's
No.
fine. Don't
Hey,
worry about it.
hey.
I just.
Do you want a hug from her?
I'd really love. Yeah.
That's okay. Sometimes all I can do is run around. Okay.
Injection of reality.
Sorry, my real quick take a little bit longer than. I guess her husband's gonna get Jane and bring her here for you to see. Okay.
Alan is gonna get Jane. I'm sorry.
Investigator Isom.
Isom.
Which is the man that's been talking to you. He's gonna grab her.
Grab Jane.
Yes, and Jane kind of voiced to Joanna the kids probably wouldn't really necessarily recognize her. So, and in the meantime, Alan and Lynn got in touch with Joanna. So I think now what's happening, and Joanna already called the preschool. Sorry, I know this is a lot of information taken, but I think Lynn's gonna come here, get car seats, go to the preschool.
She can't take the car because they were like examining the car.
I think, or I don't. But essentially,
if they
yes.
can take the car seats out, the car's so dirty.
Okay.
It's covered in Cheerios. And I actually meant to make an appointment this week to get it cleaned, and I didn't get around to it. So, so they're gonna take the car seats out of the car, put them in Alan and Lynn's car.
And then they'll bring them.
Alan and Lynn, like, the kids will be quite comfortable around them.
Right, okay.
And Jane's right, she hasn't seen the kids in a while. So Jane's coming in here now?
Yes.
Does she know what's going on? Do Alan and Lynn know what's going on?
I think they know that he's been seriously injured. I don't know.
Hi.
Hi, Annie. Oh, dear. Oh, Wendy.
I really needed some help, but I'm sorry, I needed to call you.
Okay, sweetie.
Did they tell you?
They didn't tell me. I know.
Are things on the news?
It is on the news, but I don't know anything. I know there was a shooting in Danny's block this morning. That's all I know.
That's all I know.
Oh dear, honey. Do you know how he is?
He's not good, Jane.
Really? Holy moly.
I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape, and I just thought, oh, maybe there's like an electrical outage or something. Like I saw the street blocked.
So you.
I was driving into town. I was running errands. I was meeting some friends for lunch, and I drove up Trescott because it's the shortcut. And so I drive up Trescott, and I see the tape, and I was like, I guess there was like an electrical outage because sometimes we'd have trees that would fall or whatever. And so I turned around and didn't think anything of it. I was at lunch with 2 friends, and the officer shows up. And I've been here since then.
And you don't have a phone?
Well, I had a phone. I gave them. I said you can search my phone because maybe they can like find something useful on it.
We have to go through a lot of these steps, and as I
Of course,
was explaining to her, it's just as much effort to go through the steps to exclude anybody that could possibly be
Well,
involved.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, so we have her phone. As soon as apparently it's taking a little bit longer than normal, and as soon as we get done with the phone, she'll get it back.
Yeah.
So but the main thing I was concerned about is the kids need to be picked up
Well,
on
exactly.
Friday.
Right.
And so when I came and they said they'd spoken to the Grossmans,
Yeah.
I was like, I'll get the kids. I'm a
Right.
social worker. I've picked up kids that don't know me before, but I
Right.
think
I
especially
said,
given this.
I gave them your name and Lynn's name and
Right.
said, I think like Alan and Lynn have done it. Like when Danny had his back surgery, Alan and Lynn did it before. So because I was out
Right.
of town,
And
so
they
like
have, right.
they've
they
done
have.
it before. They've got 4 kids, so they can.
I have, you're gonna be here for a while, you want me to
I think
sit?
so.
So, like, I might have a blanket in my car or something?
Do we have anything
Do you have
here, or have
something
they all been
for
used?
somebody who could get?
Let me check.
This
see if I
woman
have
is
one that's good enough
freezing.
for her.
And I apologize, I thought about that when she was shivering earlier, but I guess got a lot of stuff going
No,
on.
there's, clearly there's a,
It's not
there's
really
a,
the most
it
important
isn't,
thing
it's
right
not
now.
the most important
No,
thing.
no, no, I saw her shivering, and I kept thinking I'll go out and find out if there's, they had a bunch of them. They had a bunch of them, but I don't know what's still available.
So what do you mean he's not good? What do you know about this?
I don't think he's gonna make it.
Oh my God. Really? Oh, yeah.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell the kids.
I know.
Let's put that on.
That would be great, thank you.
Thanks.
You really don't think that? You know that?
What's that? I'm sorry.
You know that they don't think he's gonna make it through this? Oh, really?
He's not gonna make it.
And he's a TMH right now?
Mm.
And I was asking because I thought maybe he would, and I wanted
Right,
like
right.
I wanted the kids to be
This-
with him if like he was okay.
Okay. And he has family and stuff at the hospital or something?
No.
We don't have any family here in
No, it's-
Canada.
Right, I know, but I mean,
There's no family here.
They don't-
girlfriend, anybody come down, nothing?
Amy, I don't know if Amy knows yet. I don't have Amy's phone number.
Amy's on
Oh.
Facebook.
I'll contact her later.
She's on Facebook, I mean, she can be found.
Yeah. I was thinking of one more thing. This is really tangential, but his friend I told you about, Matt Price,
Right.
his wife's brother was killed. So if you're gonna call someone first, Matt's gonna lose it. So
I don't intend on calling Matt, I just need
Okay.
to have the background on different associates and friends and so
Right.
Yeah.
forth. You know, my objective is to find out who did this. So, based on what you've told me, I'm gonna take that information, compile it with other information that other investigators have worked on, and we'll see where it leads.
okay.
Now, I'm not saying anybody that you told me about is any way involved.
Is there
I
any
don't know.
sign of stuff being stolen from the house?
I can't discuss that.
Okay.
So,
But you are discussing that you don't think he's gonna live, I mean, like,
well, I'm telling you a fact that I know he's not gonna live. He's not gonna live. Okay? So,
is he dead now?
well, I already discussed that with her. His he has enough injury that's traumatic enough that he's not gonna be able to recover from it.
Did Lynn already go get the boys?
Yes.
What's happening right now is Lynn's on her way here. She doesn't have car seats. Gonna take the car seats out of your van, put them in Lynn's vehicle, and she's gonna go directly to Creative Preschool,
She has a key to my house, so she can.
pick up the kids. If I get a chance to, when she arrives, I will talk to her briefly and basically tell her, you know, let's wait on discussing anything with the children.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm sure she would do that anyway.
Yeah, I wonder if it would be better if she didn't know. Like if you,
It's,
That's
I
fine.
mean.
just so
here's-
that she, like she's, because she's gonna be done, like, what if she can't then drive and go get the boys? Like,
Okay, but let me just say to you, I didn't know anything when I came here. So my husband Googles and says, there was a shooting on Trescott Drive this morning at 11.
I got a call from
So-
my, like, real estate agent who heard something.
So I know that, I didn't know why I was coming here, but anybody with more sense would have known that.
John told you that?
Yes.
When you told him you were coming here?
No,
or-
they found John.
Mhm.
Interestingly, they found John's cell phone number.
They found me eating lunch. I don't know how that happened. I'm fascinated still.
We have ways of finding.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they called my husband's cell phone, and he was like, here she is. Talk to her. And they said, you needed me at the police department, so I came.
Right.
It was not
What did you think I needed you for?
I wasn't thinking it was good news, but I didn't, my thought was that Danny had probably assaulted you. That was my thought.
I think that was Lisa's thought when she's like, I heard there was a shot on Trescott,
So-
and so I hope you're okay.
So
The
that,
realtor?
Yeah.
so that was my, but this scenario, which is now not seeming real to me,
Yeah,
didn't
well, me
seem
neither.
like, was not what I,
Me neither,
what I
but
thought
kept-
of.
I just keep picturing the kids.
Right. No. So there's no point in doing that. Don't do that. So
When Lynn gets here, I'm gonna just ask her to take the kids to her house. Would that be
Instead of my
unreasonable?
house?
I think
Wouldn't that
that's
be
much
more
better.
reasonable?
Is that better? She has a TV. They can
Yeah,
watch TV.
yeah,
I know, but
Yes.
they've been there before?
A
Yeah.
bunch.
Yeah,
they're
take them
very
there.
comfortable there.
Do they
Take them
have
there.
children of their own?
They've got 4 kids. They're grown, but
take
Okay.
them there. Take
okay.
them there.
Yeah.
Because,
All right, I'm gonna go make sure that I don't miss her.
Okay.
thank you.
Lynn Grossman, right?
Mhm. This is Sarah, by the way.
Hi, Sarah. Are you a victim advocate?
I am.
I said you used to be a victim advocate. Was I right?
That's not true.
Not
Yeah,
sure.
I've done lots of stuff like that.
I
but-
recognize your name, and then she's saying.
What's your last name?
Latour. I've only been here about 2.5 years.
I am losing my shit.
Well, that would be appropriate. I think you should do that. I think if you don't do that, that's
Jane,
not right.
who would have done this?
I have just
And
one
are they
idea.
going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next?
Is Jeff this much of a lunatic?
I don't even think of Jeff. I hope to God not.
Let me ask who Jeff is.
Yeah, of
Yeah, I
course.
think you should. I think Wendy's been seeing a guy called Jeff,
Who's a friend of
Us.
Jane's. And
who's jealous.
yeah.
Are you still currently seeing him, or just something you kind of
Well,
let taper off?
it's been a bad week.
Okay.
Yeah, Jane and I actually went for a walk together Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, early this week.
Earlier this week, but you've taken a 1 week break from
I took
Jeff.
a 1 week break from communication with Jeff to figure out what to do.
Okay.
Because we've been dating for like
A year.
9 months, like 10 months a year.
And when you use the word dating to you, is that's my boyfriend, or is it more of just dating,
Yes.
like the casual? Okay.
Yeah.
No, like, he was my boyfriend and involved with the kids and I mean, yeah. And we had kind of a fight recently, and he's been trying to get back together and I didn't know if I wanted to, and so he actually, the morning that I gave that talk, my boys
Mhm.
were there and Jeff was watching them so I could give the talk. Like he's Jane, do you think I have to tell them about him?
I think you
guess.
have to tell them about him, because that is the only, I mean,
God forbid.
the only thing that I can imagine related to you, related to Danny, would be
The only
Jeff.
thing I could come up with was like his girlfriend Amy is recently divorced, separated, not really divorced. Like,
Sure. So
what if-
either of those people.
like the jealous boyfriend types, like what if the ex-husband.
Right, totally. And you know that this divorce has been very stressful, and Jeff has been very stressed out by the stressfulness of your divorce. You know, it.
I mean, I'll tell them this, right? Like, can you tell them?
And when Investigator Isom comes back, you guys can just, stay, and he'll ask all the questions that investigators ask that I don't think of very often, because I'm a victim advocate and I don't think of
Right,
things.
but I think you do have to tell about him.
Yeah, I wasn't.
You weren't
Not
thinking
telling
of him.
on purpose.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I wasn't thinking of it. I just kept thinking, like, who in the world?
Is he
would do
someone
this?
that has, access to?
He's a professor of social work.
Okay.
He's
All right.
former military.
Yeah.
But I mean,
But he's
you
not-
don't think about this guy as like, oh, there's the kind of guy.
Right.
I mean, I would more just as like say that maybe you did this.
Right.
It's just relationally, he's jealous.
Right.
Something is bad. So that I'm
Something is bad.
I'm
Yeah.
just assuming that this isn't true for the moment, but I guess that's not so.
And you have to look at it this way. Telling them this, if anything, will help them disqualify Jeff.
Right. And that's
Yeah.
important to do.
Yeah, of course. Do you want to give them his number?
I don't. I mean,
So we can-
I can give them.
They have
I
my
give them
phone, so-
they certainly have a ton of stuff from him. So I Googled Trescott shooting.
Thank you for being here.
You're
So
welcome.
you Googled Trescott shooting, and what do you see?
Just that, police investigate shooting on Trescott Drive.
And it's on the news.
And unfortunately, the media here tends to get places, and they can't really stop them from being
Oh,
outside.
how often is there a shooting in like northeast Tallahassee, right?
On Trescott Drive?
On
Not so
Trescott?
often.
This is what I can't figure out. How did he get to the hospital? Like, did he call 911?
A neighbor, according to WCTV, here.
And this should be said, the police department won't release his name until they notify
The family.
family. And them being in Canada puts a little bit more of a wrench into our notification, because it's a little bit more difficult to do internationally. But
Oh my God.
we're in the process.
And there's really, his injuries are really terrible.
The police got notified because a neighbor. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my
Yeah.
God! You can see the car. You can't
Right.
tell it's our house.
Well, yeah, right.
You
You can't tell it's not your house. It certainly appears to
Could
be
be
a
any
house
house.
like your house.
Yeah.
It,
And they say the 2100 block of Trescott Drive. It must be still blocked off. I bet it's going to be blocked
Who
off for a
knows?
while.
it's certainly a crime scene, obviously a crime scene.
But it's like a thorough. I mean, a lot of
I
people
know,
use
I
that
know.
as like a drive-through.
Now, people obviously know about this. Danny did show up places today.
I don't know that he had anywhere to show up today. Did
Yeah.
he? Like, did you know? Because like it's summertime, he works from home, right?
Right, but there are people, but imagine if any of us fall off the grid from 11 o'clock this morning, any colleagues,
That had a meeting or whatever,
right,
yeah.
all of the stuff he does over the phone.
Right. Well, he and I were supposed to talk about where Ben was going to school, and it was very unlike him that I was the one who had to call him. So like he called early this morning. I had a repair guy at the house, and he called early this morning, and I left a message, and then I called him back. I have the phone record. He called at like 9. And he told me he went to Premiere, so he says, I don't know, like, I think he went straight from dropping off the boys to go to Premiere. And then he said, I'm going to do an exercise class that gets out at 10:15 or 10:30, and then we can talk after that. You remember how I had a voice thing? Like, I hadn't talked to him. He was like, I know your voice is bad, like, is today work? And he said we could go for a walk at the law school, or we could talk, like, and I have this message on my phone from him, which is why I said to the officer, there's no way he did this to himself. Like, 0 chance that he shot himself. You know Danny.
I think there's zero chance
Zero
that
chance.
Danny would kill himself.
Yes, 0 chance. Like someone did this to him. So he had plans that we would he said this at 9, we'll take a walk, we'll figure this out, we'll talk about school. And then I called him at 11:45 or so and left a message. And that was, I thought weird, but I thought whatever,
And
he's in a
you
meeting.
probably thought, oh good, I don't have to talk to him. But
I was really anxious
Oh
about
my
speaking
God.
with him and having this be a contentious issue about
Which
where's
of
our
course
kid
it
going to go to
is.
school.
Oh my God.
And I didn't hear from him, and I didn't think too much of it. I just thought well, he'll just call me later. And then at around noon, I had lunch plans at 1, and I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement. So I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors, and I went to go through Trescott, and it was blocked off. So I went around, and then I looked for bourbon, and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if it matters if they're at noon. I mean, obviously, I would be one of the people that they would think did it.
I mean, you have certainly the most contentious relationship with Danny that anyone has.
Yeah.
But
They swabbed my hands.
well, fair enough.
Gunpowder.
They should. I mean,
They asked
they
me if I
should.
washed my hands since noon, and I was embarrassed to say I hadn't. I don't remember when I last washed my hands.
Oh God. Yeah, no, I think Jeff is somebody that they should talk
Okay.
to. And I don't know of anyone else.
They were asking, does he have gambling debt? Does he have? And I'm the only person he owes money to is me. There's no one. He's a straight shooter, right? He's not an alcoholic. He's not a gambler. He doesn't have a sex addiction. He doesn't, he doesn't have any weird stuff going on in his life.
No, he's a difficult guy, but he's not a.
That's what he was saying. He's is there anyone that hates him? And I'm he's difficult, but he's difficult in an ivory tower kind of way.
He's not liked, but he is not.
He's not liked, but he's not hated.
Certainly not, and he has people who love him.
How do his students feel? Is he, are law students receptive to him? Oh, this is a great...
I think there's some that really like his method, and there are a lot who don't like him at all.
So you say he's more disliked?
He's a very
feared.
abrasive guy.
Does he challenge you, kind of? Would that be a good...
He's challenging. He loves to argue, so he's fairly elitist. So the
He's
students,
very elitist. Oh my
students
goodness.
felt put down by him a lot,
Okay.
and so they'd feel insecure. But again, we're not talking about hateful and awful. We're talking about difficult.
Right.
Right.
Right, and he has colleagues who really don't like him.
But not enough to.
But this is a different, right, it's a different, right.
They don't like him, they don't want to go to lunch with him.
Right. No, yeah, no.
He doesn't make friends easily, but it's not like he makes a ton of
And he has and he has very close connections at the temple.
That's what I said.
I mean,
said he's got Jewish community and
he's important in the Jewish community, and he's loved, and he's
And there
a serious academic.
2 Jewish temples in Tallahassee, or just one?
It's kind of complicated. There's
There's
Temple
3 at
Israel,
least.
which is the Reform synagogue. There's Shomer Torah, which is the conservative one that he belonged to.
Okay.
And then there's Chabad, which is sort of it's not really clear. It's kind of a proselytizing thing. And he would donate money there and bring the kids to events there and spend time there. So he was sort of affiliated with 2 of them, and bring the kids to stuff at Temple Israel too.
I mean, he's very, very connected across the Jewish community.
Yeah, he's very
Because
involved.
he's also very he had a major Jewish education, so he's extremely knowledgeable about Judaism, and he cares deeply about how people interpret scripture and law and rule and practice, and he's involved in all those sort of debates at the community level, and he's very it would be hard to overestimate how involved he has been in the Jewish community. He has a lot of connections.
And it was kind of one of the reasons why we got divorced, is I just I'm Reform, I'm kind of culturally Jewish, we just had really different religious perspectives. In the middle of a fucking nightmare.
I didn't want you to be married to him, but this was not the method.
Well, that's what I
This is
said
not
to
the
the
method.
officer. I was we had a rough time, but
This has been a terrible
he's
time.
the father of my children.
Right.
And things were entering a new phase where he has this girlfriend and he's out of town a lot, and that was nice. And that's why I know there's just, I mean, given his personality and everything, there's no way that he did this.
No, he didn't.
He had plans to be out of town. He was leaving on Saturday.
And he was delighted with Amy, and he's been delighted with this.
Yeah.
And delighted with the boys, and delighted with.
No,
with, he
didn't do this. So somebody did.
I mean, he was angry and upset about the divorce. Really, really angry at Wendi. Really, really angry. But really pleased with how things were going to go
It's
forward.
been 2 years, and things for him were a lot better.
Do you mind if I get Investor Isom to kind of tell him about Jeff?
I think you should do that.
Let me go grab him, okay?
I can't believe you brought your own drink here.
Well, I wasn't sure how long I would be here. I was thirsty. I had just arrived home to pour, say, a glass of wine when they called and said, "Don't you want to go to the police department?" I said, "Jay, no, not really."
You believe me that I didn't do this, right?
I assume you didn't do this, you know.
I wish I had I was home working on a paper that's due.
Well, you'll
I
have.
sent it in, I sent edits to
You'll
someone.
have.
I hope they have the time log.
Of course they will. Of course they will. All of that is evident. You will. You don't.
I understand why they think it would be me, but.
Of course it would be you. If it's not you, Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, likely. I agree with you.
It can't be an accident.
He didn't do this. Jeff,
I hope to God he did.
I hope Jeff didn't do it, but I don't think Danny did.
Somebody shot Danny.
To death. Holy shit.
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out and was like, I want to get the boys over there. Is he scary looking? Because I want, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay. Or he's not, I wanted the boys to be able to be with him.
Shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's all alone. I was like, is he with...
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes. Should I go?
I don't know about you.
Someone needs to go there.
I know.
He's by himself.
Really? He's by himself?
I don't think they haven't called the family yet. They haven't called his parents. They were like, what are his parents' names? They're asking me.
How about the rabbi?
Oh, that's a really good idea.
How about the rabbi?
Can you ask them?
Yeah, we'll do that right now.
So there's no rabbi at Shomri, but Rabbi Schneyer-Oyerman, that's really his name. He, him or Jack Rumberg.
They need to go.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yes. Especially if he's not going to make it, so that they can.
He needs to be blessed. He needs a blessing.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for being here. I was sitting in this room by myself, losing my mind. I was at lunch with Janine and Ritu. I don't know if you know them, friends of mine, and these officers walk in, and I just we just finished, I ate a lunch, I had a whole delicious lunch, and they're like, are you Wendi? We need to speak with you. And I was like, oh my God, are the boys okay? And they were like, the boys are fine. And then I thought, oh my God, what's going on? Who's finding me here? And they wouldn't tell me. And so he said, I need you to get in the car. And so he drove me, and I started, I just was like, what's going on? And they're like, your husband. And I said, ex-husband. And they're like, ex-husband? So they didn't have the,
how do they know? They're just starting this.
So they thought we were still married, and so I was telling him everything, and then I was thinking, oh my God, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect. But you're not gonna get framed for a crime,
right?
And it is in your absolute interest to, in every way,
tell them
everything, because to the extent that if they don't know whoever did, if this goes unsolved, that's the worst thing for your boys.
So many things, Jane. Do you think whoever did this is going to come after the kids?
I'm very worried about that. And I think
I don't want to be left alone in that house. I want protection, and I'm scared. I don't know who this is. I don't.
Okay. Well, I think. You should maybe go and stay. I think you should go stay. Can you go to Lynn and David's?
Ellen, yeah. Yeah.
You should.
They have lots of bedrooms. I could just.
You
stay
should.
there for
the boys are there.
Yeah.
And
I need to pick up a few
They need-
things, like I would need my contact lens case.
Just go there. I mean,
I'm really glad you're here. I am losing my shit.
I wish they'd
Jane,
come back.
this is, they keep doing this where like they leave for long periods of time, and it's 5:30 already?
Mhm.
I've been here for a while. I didn't know if like, I don't know. Are you looking to see if there's more info
No, I
online?
have not this from Danny, from Kara. So I called her.
I talked to Kara yesterday. I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend last night, a friend of a friend, this girl Malia. We went to Tallahassee food trucks
Wow.
last night, hung out with her for hours. Are you telling her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she also Googled and said, "Oh my God, there was a shooting." Do you know? So both she and John,
Why would they Google, why would that just come up?
I mean, I said to both of them, "I'm going to the department." They're the people I said, "I'm going to." I mean, John was there when I got
Yeah.
John got the call from the police officer. So then I'm in the car. I'm like, I'm calling Kara.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm on my way to the police office.
Well, I would have called
And-
you and Kara, but Kara's in Portland.
Right.
I'm really glad you're here.
So I just
I owe you big time.
no worries. And so I'm just saying to her that Danny's been shot and it's serious, because until I know that, I can't quite take it in that that's the,
Do you think you could, like, you're allowed to leave the room, can you? Oh,
here they're coming.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know that Lynn just came.
Oh, good.
Just got the car seats in, and she's headed out.
So we have a real concern.
Okay.
Would it be possible for a rabbi to be sent to the hospital?
Okay.
so Danny's very
I don't know.
religious.
Okay.
I don't know if he's
And-
even alive, but.
Okay.
We're just really struggling with the idea that he's there alone.
No.
And
Okay.
he's very religious.
Okay.
Extremely.
And I'm sorry I didn't think of this earlier, but I can give you the names of the 2 rabbis in
Okay.
town, and I think they should be called.
Okay.
At least he's not, because his family isn't, like, nobody's there with
Okay.
him.
Yeah.
If Sarah, can you write down these names and
Because I
numbers?
think if they could go,
Okay.
whatever's happening,
I understand.
whatever state he's in, some kind of blessing
I
is
understand.
required.
Okay.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
I don't have any phone numbers,
Okay.
but Jack Romberg is the name of,
Romberg.
yeah,
Okay.
is the name of one of the rabbis. The other rabbi has a name that's gonna take you a while to spell. His name
Sometimes those are the easy ones because I find one and that's the only one there
is,
is.
his name is Schnoyer Eurichman.
Common spelling on that?
Nice.
That's really his
Yeah, that's a
name.
good one.
But his
New
last name
page.
is Oirichman, Oirechman. His first name is Schnoyer, Schnoyer.
I'm just Googling Rabbi Tallahassee. And
I'll see what I can find. If you'll tear that out for me and I'll see what I can find.
Thank you.
But Lynn is here. The car seats are in. I've spoken to the preschool. I changed the name. They were fine with that.
Preschool knows that,
Lynn is coming.
okay.
Yes, I've spoken with them after you spoke with them and told them she
It
was
was
coming.
changed.
They were fine.
Okay.
Um,
Do they know what's going on?
I don't know. The investigator,
Was
made
there.
contact, so I
Yeah.
don't know what all they know.
Okay.
But we spoke with Lynn and said.
She's gonna take him to the house?
Yep, and
does Lynn
said-
know what's going on?
We explained to her he is severely injured. He may, probably will not make it,
But
but.
he knows not to, they don't tell the
Correct.
So they're just gonna pick him up, say mommy's
Mhm.
in a meeting, mommy's busy?
Time for McDonald's. Auntie Lynn's picking you up.
Okay.
And then I have her, cell phone number because I knew you didn't have your phone right then. We'll get that back to you here
Okay.
shortly, hopefully.
Okay.
And I told her that you would call her and probably go straight to the house, whether it's us taking you there, Jane taking you there, whatever, however you need to
Does my car
get
need to
there.
stay here?
I don't think so.
Did I gave them my keys,
Yep,
right?
they have the keys because I
That's
got the
my
car
house
seats
key.
out.
Okay.
But yeah, all that should be done. Unfortunately, just everything's time consuming. So that's, kind of all we're waiting on.
Okay, okay.
Let me see what I can.
We need that, I mean, that's just urgent.
Okay,
That's just
absolutely.
really
And it's
urgent.
Jack Romberg and Rabbi
You can call him like Oirichman,
or Rickman. Okay?
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you for thinking of that.
You're welcome.
And I did tell Investigator Isom that you want to talk to him again. So
Yeah.
he'll come in.
And is there a bathroom that I could use?
Yes.
I had a similar urgency need. They made me swipe my hands before they let me use the bathroom.
I you know.
Mm-hmm. Then it goes to your left. And then kind of in that little.
I'm sorry. Do you mind if I sit in this chair?
Oh, please do.
Jane, I'm sorry. I don't know that his family knows yet. Did they get that
We're
information?
working on that now. What we do usually as a law enforcement agency, we don't like to tell people that over the phone if we can try to avoid it, just because it's kind of shocking news, and we
Yeah, in
usually.
Canada.
So can you tell
What we're
law
trying-
enforcement there to go to the house?
Correct, that's what we're trying to do now.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, because we don't know, especially people's conditions and how they're going to react. So if someone gets so upset that they have a heart attack or something, we want, not
It's
just be
better.
on the phone.
It's better to have a human.
Mhm.
But they're working on that now.
Yes.
So it's an actual fact that he's not going to survive these injuries.
That's what General Isom?
Yes, Investigator Isom. Yeah, that's what he.
He's not a general.
Investigate.
Whatever. I call him Raj sometimes, so it's okay.
I was just like in the car with it. I'm like, what is your name? What do I do? I saw that one from Kara. If you need to call her, you can. You're not being held hostage here. Just tell her.
So what we're in the process right now, and to do that, generally we have to. It's almost like a telegraph that we send to the other agency, kind of giving the
Sure,
information
right,
on who
right.
to make contact. It's very old school, as we were when I started working here.
I know that it's not like. Well, I don't know what's happening right
Mhm.
now, but like as of a little bit ago, it wasn't definitive. Do they want to wait until it's definitive,
Well,
or do
I
they
think
want him to
I mean,
like?
that's what
They
sounds
want
pretty
to get in contact
bad.
with them because I think some decisions need to be made, and because they're his parents, they would be his next
Next
of
of
kin.
kin.
Yeah.
So he's still alive, but he's maybe on life support or some such thing.
I don't know
You
the
don't
medical
know.
terms around it, but it's from what Investigator Isom was telling her, it does not look.
He was shot in the head?
From what was it with Investigator Isom?
I said that, and he didn't answer it.
So it's just he was very badly
He shot.
multiple times, maybe badly.
When I think he did say that there was trauma to his face, and that's
I
when
was
you were
saying I
asking
wanted
about
the
showing the
kids.
boy.
I wanted the kids
Yes, you
to be
can't.
with him, but not if
yeah.
he looks scary.
And not if he's, there's nothing to be.
I know. I just thought he might be like.
No,
when-
I know,
I got
like
the feeling
he
he
got
might be a
shot in
little
the
bit
leg.
alive.
Right,
And if
right.
he was a little bit alive, I wanted him to like touch
be
the
able to
kids
see
one
the
more
children, right?
time.
But he's apparently beyond that. Like he probably hasn't regained
From what Ambassador Isom
consciousness.
said, correct, yes.
He's
From
been,
what he was saying, I wouldn't
he was
take
found
it.
in a really dreadful state, and he has not come out of any kind of. He ended that phase. Shoot. Oh, Wendy, good Lord. Have you called your parents, darling?
No, after we're just
Can
going.
she call her parents?
They have
I
my.
don't see, they have her phone.
But
Yeah,
I,
but I know
you
their
know
number.
their number.
I do know my family's number.
I don't
Know the answer?
know that, I don't wanna say yes, go ahead,
Okay, I'm
but.
gonna go to the bathroom and come back. Do you need to am I a suspect? Do you need to watch me?
No, I don't need to watch you.
Okay, I'll be back.
What I'll do too is, I'll just check and see if you can call your
Yeah.
parents, okay?
Yeah.
Again, I don't see any issue with it.
I just think they're gonna want to come up.
Well, and you're gonna want them here, honey.
Yeah.
So they
I want
need to,
them-
they need to get in the car right now, and they need to come up.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what needs to happen, because they can stay with you at your house.
And they can
We
help me
can,
with the
we
boys.
just try to figure out if
That
you're
room.
safe to be in the house.
Yeah.
Hey, it's me. So I'm just updating you. Danny is expected to die. Gunshot wounds. Don't tell anybody else, just keep it to yourself, but I know that you're... Yeah, no, he's... Right, no, he's Wendi, of course, I mean, they've been interviewing her as a suspect, and I have suggested Jeff Lacasse. That's my contribution. And also suggested that we get a rabbi over there. Because he's alone, he doesn't have family here. This is really terrible. It's really terrible. There's nothing you can do that I can think of. Wendy's got, I mean, they brought me here to get the kids, but I thought, God, the poor children, they won't know me, and actually it's probably better that I'm, here with Wendi. I'm sitting here with the victim advocate, and now the investigator, and I'm gonna get off the phone. Mm-hmm. I will, all right, bye, Dawn.
Okay, I appreciate you coming up here.
I'll get out of your way.
It's time to go.
Okay.
We got some more stuff we have to take care
Yeah.
of. But I really appreciate you coming up here and talking to her. And,
And I've suggested to you that you look at Jeff Lacasse.
that's what Sarah was saying. I'm not sure who that guy is,
Well,
but
she'll tell you about it. And
is she gonna tell me everything?
I imagine she will. I mean, she's been Danny's a jealous guy, Jeff is a jealous
Okay.
guy.
All right.
That, as a social worker, I would
Okay,
be.
well, let me ask you this. If Jeff is the new guy, why would he feel it?
Just because this is something I wouldn't say in front of Wendi.
Okay.
I thought you said it's something I wouldn't say. I'm like, I'm right here.
That, doing the kind of work I do, I would think, there's this person, and then he loves Wendi. Danny makes Wendy's life very difficult. Wendi is currently making his life very difficult. I don't know him to be a lunatic, but he's a jealous guy.
Okay, all right.
That's what I would
Very
say. He's my colleague, so he's somebody I think of as a decent guy.
That would be who now?
Jeff Lacasse is my
Okay,
colleague.
Okay, all right.
Are you leaving?
Yes, I'm being kicked out.
Oh. Really?
Really. But I can come get you if you need me.
Okay.
Okay? So if you can't drive, it's no problem.
What's your number, Jane, so I can give you a call?
321-4657. I'm happy to come get you. I'm happy to come get you. You need to talk to these guys.
Can you make sure someone goes to see Danny? I guess they're gonna do
You're
that.
gonna
That's
do
not
that,
your
right?
job.
You're gonna make sure that there's
I know Sergeant Baldwin, when I was out there and talking to her when you were
It's
using
really
us, they were
critical
working
that
on that.
that he be blessed today.
Oh,
It's
okay.
absolutely critical
Gotcha.
that he see
Okay.
that a rabbi go there, absolutely critical.
All right.
All
Okay,
right, honey.
bye. Thank you for coming.
Okay, I am available to you. I'm going now, but you know,
Yeah.
this is a process and you're gonna move through it. Thank
Okay.
you, I'm glad, thanks very much. And these guys were very generous to let me come in here at all, so thanks very much for
You're
that.
welcome. I'll be back.
I think he'll just ask you some more questions, and they just need to, they don't. And sometimes, what, friends and family try to help, but sometimes they can
No, it's good that you
tell their
let me know.
side, and
Yeah.
and that was good. Sorry, it's so cold in here, and I was irresponsible to offer you a jacket.
I'm
sooner.
not sure if it's cold in here. I was like shaking from the moment the officers came into the restaurant and were like not
Right, that's
telling
not a
me what
normal
was going on,
situation.
and so I didn't know what it was. I knew it wasn't good, and so I feel
Mhm.
like my body started shaking a few hours ago. I don't know if I'm actually cold, but thank you for the jacket.
Well, it's generally, I don't have goosebumps yet, but usually I get goosebumps in this room, so it might be warmer than normal, but I think nerves. And then they said that they should be done with your phone very soon too, and then that's when.
Will they just sort of, can I get an update from like, I just want to make sure the kids are not freaking out. Like, I don't know what Lynn told them, and I trust her very much, but like, is there any way to just get an update on my kids to make sure I know they're okay, like they're in good hands, but I don't know. I mean, just to make sure like they're not being told like,
Too much information at once.
yeah,
without
or
you
just
there.
like, where's mommy? I would like them to say like, mommy's at a work meeting or
Right,
something,
okay.
like, just something that the kids would understand, like, sometimes mommy's at work, so they get the idea of like,
Okay.
I mean, they would wonder why is mommy at work at this hour, but something.
Okay, let me check on that, okay?
I'm not trying to create more work for you.
You're not creating more, this is kind of what I'm here for right now, exactly what I'm here for, okay?
Yeah. Sitting in this room by myself right now is like a form of torture.
I'm sorry, I know, I keep leaving you and I don't want to, but, Joanna has been in and out of here, the female, she is, just to get some back, she's our special victims investigator, which means she does all the child and sexual assault and those types of crimes.
Yeah.
And she spoke to Lynn, and Lynn's very well aware that,
Lynn also has an MSW.
Of course, everyone does, it seems like sometimes. So very aware that they don't know, what's going on, not to disclose anything,
Yeah.
overly.
But Lynn knows.
I don't know what Joanne's, Lynn knows something's up and something's wrong, and I'm sure Lynn and like everyone else seems to do nowadays probably Googled or looked at the news,
Yeah.
So, and I think she does know that involves obviously dating.
Because I'm here and I seem to be okay.
And then also they did get in touch
With the rabbi?
with one of the rabbis, yes.
Are
So
they going over there?
I believe so, yes.
That's great.
And then, if nothing else, even the hospital usually has.
Hi.
That's his cell phone number.
Okay.
I spoke with him,
Mhm.
and he's going up there.
Good.
I spoke with the hospital, and they have already had somebody come by. They have already had a rabbi come by.
Really?
Because they have
I wonder who they
chaplains.
have.
They have chaplains of all different denominations.
Like just on call.
Mhm.
There's not a lot of Jews in town.
I don't know, but he is going,
Thank God.
and that's his cell phone.
Okay.
I told him you would probably touch base and reach out to him
Honestly,
whenever. No.
I
Okay.
don't really have a great relationship with him.
Okay.
So he's not really who I want to talk to right
That's
now. I
fine.
just want to make sure he's
The
giving
other
Danny
rabbi
what
that you
he
gave
needs.
me is out of town.
Oh, I have a great relationship with him.
Okay, yeah, he's on his voicemail. It said he's out of town
I saw
till
on Facebook. He's with his grandkids.
yeah, so would be in and out.
Okay.
He was like, "Is there anybody else in the community I need to reach out to?" I said, as of right now,
I'm just gonna
so
take out his number to give to his parents in case they don't.
Yeah, have them. They would probably want to talk to the rabbi. So,
okay.
I'm really glad he's going over there. I can't talk to him right now.
Okay. And that's fine. And I mean, he asked about you and asked if there was anything you needed, and okay, so, and I said, well, you know, I may have her, you know, if she wants to reach out, and he's like, absolutely, anything, you know, that's needed, so.
God.
And
Thank you.
No problem. And don't worry, Lynn, we spoke, she knows the children don't know what's going on.
And she knows?
She knows that he was seriously injured, and that.
Did she seem okay? Like, is she with
Yeah.
Alan? Are they
No,
together?
I talked with Alan.
Uh-huh.
She was out when I got him.
Okay.
Apparently he just does not answer his cell phone. He's like, let me give you my cell phone. I was like, I've called it twice. So she was out somewhere. She wasn't at home when I got a hold of him.
Okay.
So he said, let me call her. I'll have her come. So she came by herself, but she had talked to him. She was fine. Cool as a cucumber.
Okay.
She's, you know, and just for time's sake, I knew Jane was up here with you. I was going to bring her up, but just, it was
No,
at
it's
5:30 getting her out to get the kids.
Yeah,
And she
yeah.
knows the kids don't know anything. And it was going to be, you know, mom's running late. Aunt Lynn, it's McDonald's time, whatever the
Okay.
case may be.
That sounds great.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem, no problem. I'm sorry my face is so red. I told her I was laughing because my rear end's sticking up, you know, bending over, getting the seats. I was like, oh, I'm sure 7th
my
Avenue
God.
is loving
Did you
this.
see all the Cheerios that are in that car?
We did. At
I
least you know.
I know
can be all
it's there.
vacuumed out.
I meant to
No,
clean the car
please.
this week. Now I'm
And-
glad I didn't, because it would look like I was trying to erase a crime scene.
Well, and the funny thing was that we said, I don't know which car seat goes to which. And when we were walking up, I said, okay, I have the left, you have the right. And then we sat them down, and she and I picked them up, and I went, I don't remember
one
which
kid
one
is
was
short
which.
and chunky, and one kid is long and skinny.
So when they get in and it doesn't fit, they'll have to figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
Because as we were walking out, I was like, oh, I don't remember which one was which.
Lynn is really great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so she was great, and you know, Alan was like, because I was very cryptic with him on the phone, I just don't want to tell people. He's like, do I need to come up there? I'm like, no,
That sounds
no,
like
no.
Alan.
He said everything's fine.
That's a good
I was
invitation.
like, she's all right. He's like, okay. So.
But you told him that Danny was.
I told Lynn more than I told him.
Okay.
Just because it was on the phone, so I'm sure when Lynn left here, she called. So.
Am I just gonna be here for like hours?
I don't think so. I mean,
I don't think it's gonna be that long.
I think they're just, quite honestly, waiting on the phone. Remember how we told you they put it on the machine?
Yeah, that he had to.
Right, to
yeah.
do the phone, and it just takes,
Forever.
depending what's on there,
Yeah.
as far as if you have lots of pictures of the kids, or, you know, it takes some time to do that.
Yeah.
And then they actually brought your van back here,
Awesome.
and I got the car seats out of that, and I think they were finishing up, so I think that's
I'm
all
gonna need
they're
the police
waiting.
help to get the car seats back in.
You may.
I always have them installed here.
Yeah, and you know, on the strap that goes over, we
Yeah.
hooked them. I didn't tighten them as tight as they should be. I was like, here,
You know
can you
what?
see? And she's like, nope, I'm good, because they weren't moving. So
Yeah.
it's definitely a chore. That's why my face is so red, because I've been out there doing that. But I'll touch base with Isom. Hopefully it's not.
We wanted to talk to him about a potential lead, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll let him know.
Sorry, I know it's a lot of running around and.
I want to talk to my parents and get them up here.
Okay.
And I told him that, and he said it should be relatively soon that you get your phone back, and then they'll.
Why not use someone else's phone?
No, I don't. Yeah, because you know the number. Let me go ask again and just be like, can she just call
Yeah. Do you have a phone, right?
a cell phone?
If I could borrow it, though. No.
Okay. All right.
How are you doing?
I feel like my head's about to explode.
I'm about the same.
Okay, I need to find out this number here, 6800.
That's Danny's number. Wait, 6800. 202.
8200.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
same here. I'm just going through, these are phone calls that you made.
Yeah.
Charlie's your brother?
Yeah. Well, I didn't call any like weird sex hotlines or anything this morning.
That's okay, we've seen that
Really
before.
embarrassing.
That's all right. You checked your voicemail yet?
Oh,
Or no, you
Why would
checked.
it be a 305 number?
I don't know.
Um,
Your number, isn't that you?
Yeah, that's
Cindy?
me.
Okay, called this number.
okay, that says voicemail. but-
Right.
Okay, I
I
guess
don't
it's
know
the
what
voice.
that means, but I'm just basically going over this with you to see if you can clear up anything. And of course, this is Charlie, your brother.
Yeah.
Your brother. Michelle Turner.
A friend of mine who lives in Colorado. Renee. Renee's the one that used to be the victim advocate. Renee is a very close friend of mine that is interviewing at FSU today for a position and leaving at 7:30. And if there was ever a woman I would really like to get a hug from, it's Renee, but I don't want to bother her on her.
Rita Hinden.
That's the mother of my friend Tova Nugget. So it must be like a family plan under her mom's name for some reason. But
So you called the
my friend Tova was returning her message.
TOBA.
TOVA, Tova.
Okay. Emily Benfer.
I didn't talk to her. I sent her a text.
Okay, I see it.
Just sent her I just sent her a gift for her baby, and she was texting me to thank me.
We're going to talk about Jeff here in a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It looked like part of the ceiling just fell off.
I know, I was worried about that too. It's like that one's
Right?
before, but maybe it was some others.
I really can't. I guess I need to hold on to this in case Danny needs
Just
it.
have it in case, yeah.
And
I took it down too, so when I get in contact with his parents, I can refer.
it would matter to them
Okay.
to have contact with like the local Jewish stuff in town. I bet that's I won't answer it, but it's my friend Robin, and I bet she's in the general counsel's office at FSU. I bet I wonder what people have seen by now.
I don't know, and that's kind of why we're trying to get his parents notified, because it's very difficult now to beat technology and news sometimes in this field.
I missed Robin. Please call Jimmy Judkins. That's my attorney. Should I call him? That's my attorney for the divorce case, not like an attorney for life.
And once Investigator Eisman finishes talking to you, I'd call whoever you feel comfortable with calling.
Okay. Whoa. Just need to know you're all okay. I don't even know who these people are. Can I listen to the message from Robin just to hear why I need to call Jimmy? She's called a lot of times. God, I wonder what she knows. Try the... Can you write? Oh, she's gonna text me. Never mind. It's weird. So why would Jimmy need to talk to me? He's my lawyer for the divorce case. This is Lincoln from last week.
Cutie, very pretty hair. Very serious in that picture.
So cute. I'm curious, what's coming in. Right now it looks like a whole bunch of nothing. No one's writing me yet. I can get a sale on Victoria's Secret stuff. Governor Rick Scott has things going on. Of the world going on.
And so I don't forget, because sometimes I tend to do that when you're ready to get out of here.
Yeah.
What's your phone number?
954-803-0079.
Okay.
All right. I was just looking to see.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nothing going on. And then my attorney really wants to talk to me.
Okay.
Did you hear about that?
No.
I think it's nothing. It says we
Your
got
attorney for...
our divorce case.
Oh, okay.
It says we got a new judge.
Oh.
Anyway.
Okay.
I
All
think
right,
it's
let's, I mean,
fucked up.
I didn't know earlier, but apparently you got a guy in your life named Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about Jeff.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hide anything.
No, I know you weren't.
I just didn't think to tell you about him. So he's been my boyfriend. We've been dating since end of October. Jane actually set us up, which is why Jane thought of him first. And Jane and I had a long talk earlier this week. We went on a walk together and talked about, I wasn't really sure I wanted to continue dating him. We had like a fight at the end of June, and it was weird, and then I went away for 2 weeks and just got back, and I asked him to just no contact for a week just so I could kind of figure out whether I wanted to be with him or not.
When did you ask him that?
Monday night after yoga. I sent him an email Monday night.
Yours or his yoga or both?
I don't know what that means. I went to a yoga
Who
class.
went to yoga, together or?
Like together.
Okay.
Some guys like yoga.
I'm not judging, I'm just asking.
I go to yoga, or I
And
used
Jeff
to.
goes too?
And he would go with me sometimes.
So
I
Monday
think
night after yoga,
I sent him
this past Monday,
this Monday,
Okay.
yes, July 14th.
okay?
I just sent him an email and said, you know, my heart is really heavy and I'm having trouble figuring out what to do. It'd be a lot easier if I just like didn't have any contact from you for 1 week, and then we'll kind of figure out where to go from there. And so I haven't had any contact from him.
Was he amicable to that, or did he?
He didn't respond to it. I said, I'm going to take your silence as acceptance, and
Oh, okay, you were in person telling.
no, I emailed him after yoga. He'd been like, let's go out tomorrow, let's go out the next day, and I have a hard time saying no, and
Right.
so I didn't say no in person, and then later I wrote him and said I really just need like a week of silence to get some clarity on where we are.
Okay, so he never responded? Still has not responded?
The only response I had is that I bought some presents for Ben for his birthday when Jeff and I went to Destin one time and he had them at his house. And so he brought them. I came to work and there was a bag of the presents from his house. But I had asked him at yoga, I said, oh, when you get a chance, I'm really going to need you to bring those presents because I don't have the boys this week and I could wrap them. And so he just brought the presents so I could wrap them.
When did he bring them?
It must have been Tuesday morning at some point. I think I got to I'm not in the office like 9 to 5 right now because I just finished teaching and students are out of session, and so I have writing deadlines, so I work sometimes from home or from a coffee shop, and so I rolled into work sometime mid-morning, and they were there. So I don't know what time he was there, but I could ask my assistant.
Well, that's all right, you're saying, you asked him for them
And he brought him.
on the phone, I guess?
When I saw him at yoga on Monday,
Okay.
I had mentioned to him that I wanted to wrap these presents. I had most of the week without the boys, and I was, looking for something to do. I might as well wrap Ben's birthday presents, and so he brought them. He brought them to the office.
So he brought them even after the whole...
I said no
need some
contact,
space.
but yeah.
Okay. Why would you say, how long have you been seeing Jeff?
Since the end of September.
Okay, all right, and so since September, you all have been seeing each other exclusively?
In the fall, I was dating someone else too, and the relationship really evolved around February. I post-divorce, so I was kind of slow to
Right.
but so I jokingly used to call him my special man friend, and around February, he started being more like my boyfriend. He started spending some time with the kids, and they really adore him. And I introduced him as mommy's friend, not as mommy's boyfriend, so they just think of him as Jeffrey, and he plays Star Wars with them. And so he and I would spend time together on the nights or the days I didn't have the boys, and then when I had the boys, he never stayed over, but he would sometimes join us for dinner and play with the kids and then go home. And things actually were great, and I was very happy. And then we went to Gainesville together. He's a social work professor at FSU, and he was teaching a class at Gainesville, and so I didn't have the boys that weekend. I went with him to work on some writing, and we had a great weekend until Saturday night. We went out to dinner, we came home, and he just was convinced that I'd been cheating on him for months and like had kept track of it and was just absolutely convinced that I was cheating on him, and I kept telling him I wasn't, and he just was, I felt like not very trusting of me, and it just made me feel really uncomfortable, and after that happened I wasn't sure that I wanted to be with him anymore.
I'm wondering what brought this on, the whole not trusting thing.
I mean, I'd been dating someone else in the fall, and so he had asked me, did you see someone else in the fall, kind of once things were good with us, maybe around April, and I said I did, and I told him about it, and he felt like, I don't know, he was jealous of him, and he was like, I don't want you to see him, and the guy I was dating was leaving town, and so I said, well, I want to, go get coffee with him before I leave town, and he said, like, I really, I don't want you to do that, and we had an argument about it, and I went and had coffee with him anyway, and he ended up at the same coffee shop at the same time and saw us having coffee and got really angry, but...
When was that?
That was May.
May.
Like mid to late May, maybe.
Okay.
And
Well, do you think it was a coincidence, or do you think he intentionally went to
I
that?
think it was a total coincidence.
Okay.
I was only there for like 30 minutes, and yeah, I think it just is a small town.
Okay.
Up,
All right. What kind of car does Jeff drive?
I'm really bad with this. It's silver colored. I
Okay.
think it's a Nissan. It's very old and very run down.
Okay. Silver Nissan?
Gray, silver.
Okay. You don't know what year or how many doors or anything?
I want to say 2 doors.
2-door?
And I don't know what year it is. I have no idea.
You pretty sure about the 2-door?
I'm pretty sure. I feel like, yeah.
Is it his car exclusively?
Exclusively. He doesn't even have to share it with anyone.
Okay. Does he live alone?
Mm-hmm.
Where does he live?
He lives in an apartment complex. I've actually only been over there once because he was kind of embarrassed. It's a basement apartment, and it's off Park Street. I think it's called Victory Gardens.
Okay.
It's like between Park and Appalachia.
Mm-hmm. It's off Victory Garden, but you don't know the name of the complex?
I thought that's the name of it. Is Victory Gardens a road?
Victory Garden's a road, yeah.
I thought that was the name of the apartment.
That's all right.
complex.
That's fine.
Is it closer to Park Avenue, or is it closer to, or is it halfway down?
It's, if you turn left, if you're on Park and you're heading towards downtown, if you turn left, it's on your right.
Okay.
Who are you?
I'm sorry, I'm Investigator Cherry. I just got a couple of questions if I
Okay.
can just jump in
Go
real
ahead.
quick.
Yeah.
Obviously, we asked earlier about Danny's passcodes to his phone and his iPad and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can tell you one that he used to have back in the day.
Yeah, let me have that one.
God, it's the only one I can think of though.
It's okay.
I know a passcode used to be Meraglim 1. It was MERAGLIM 1.
I'm sorry, M-E?
E as an elephant, RAGLIM, Meraglim 1. But this is like,
It's a while ago.
it's wild.
I got that. Well, here's the thing. I got 3 kids, and we've downloaded a lot of games on our phones and our iPad and everything, and the little buggers will try to know the passcode. Now, Danny seemed very involved with his children.
Yeah.
I got that sense as soon as I stepped in the house. Is there any chance that the kids may
Maybe they know the iPad code. They might.
All right, when we get a chance, can we just double check and see that? Because that might help us out.
Can I ask them rather than you? I just think.
Oh, no.
No, you're gonna be the one asking.
I want you to ask them.
Absolutely. They know. I don't have an iPad, but my parents do, and they know, like, what's the secret code,
Right.
so they would know if Abba had a secret. That's what they call Danny. They call him Abba. They would know if Abba had a secret code, what's the secret code.
Right.
So I can ask them in a way that.
And so the iPad and the phone, if they know.
Does his
Give
phone have
you
a
the-
passcode? Do
Yeah.
you have his phone? Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the kid's date of birth.
I was thinking maybe that. I mean, I don't know. Usually people use, like, dogs. We don't have a dog. He didn't have a dog growing up.
Yeah. Well, the texts are telling me that it was possibly a number. Like, mine's a number and not
That's what
necessarily
I
a
would.
word.
Yeah, I would think it would be a number.
So I was thinking maybe birthdays and whatnot.
Yeah. So
The one son's birthday is July 29, 2009.
Which one's that?
Benjamin.
That's Ben.
And any other ones is October 13th, 2013.
No, 2012.
I'm sorry, 2010.
You were wrong and you were right.
I know.
That's Lincoln.
I was
right?
there for it.
You were there, yeah. Okay. Yeah, mine are 6, 3, and 8 months tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Okay, just, yeah, let me know.
Okay, so I will, as soon as I see them and it's appropriate, I'll ask them
Okay.
and see if I can find out.
Well, he can try the 2 date of births now.
Oh,
and see.
yeah, no, of course, I
Um,
just meant in terms of asking them what's
Right.
Abba's
Yeah,
secret code.
and it may be important to kind of get that out of the way.
I know, I just
Yeah.
meant like I haven't seen my kids
No,
yet.
I
so
understand that. I understand that, and it is.
as soon as I see them and I can be like, does Aunt Lynn have an iPad? You know, does Abba has an iPad? What's his code? I'll ask as soon as I can
Okay.
ask, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So that's, is that Hebrew, the Ava?
Yeah.
Okay, that's father?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I know that, like, abuela for Spanish is grandmother.
that's true.
Right, Sarah?
It is.
Do you speak Spanish?
No, I probably should, but I don't.
I do.
Okay, the guy that you were seeing in the fall that Jeff got jealous of and
His
saw
name's Daniel.
Daniel?
Mm-hmm.
Daniel what?
Sack.
Sack?
S-A-C-K. He's moved. So he was, he and I actually went to college together, and I randomly found out that he was still in Tallahassee. But he was really eager to leave Tallahassee. He wanted to be in the Northeast. And so.
Law student?
No, he's teaching at the theater department. So we knew each other in college and then lost track for 12 years, and then he ended up getting hired by the theater department here.
But since left?
Since, yeah, in May, at the end of May, he moved to Amherst to start a job there.
Connecticut?
Massachusetts.
In May?
Yeah, end of May, maybe early June, something like that.
Is Amherst a college?
Yeah, but he's at UMass Amherst.
Okay.
My stomach really hurts.
Do you need to eat?
No, I don't know that I'm gonna eat for a long time.
Okay. Do you need
Good thing I
something?
had that
You got water.
last lunch.
And you saw him briefly at the same time you were seeing Jeff?
In the fall, yeah. I had actually never dated 2 people at once before, but I wasn't exclusive with either one. And
Right.
so I dated them both until things with, until I realized like Daniel just was gonna leave, and I thought Jeff had potential, so.
Okay. But let's get back to this Saturday.
Mhm.
I guess this was this past Saturday that he got mad about.
When he got mad, it was June 28th. It was before I left
Okay.
for Miami with the boys.
Okay.
So, yeah, he got really mad.
But what sparked that?
That was what was really sort of surprising, is Daniel had been gone. We'd had a month of like really, really great times, very happy month, and we went out to a nice dinner with friends and then got back to the hotel room, and I could just tell he was upset. And so for me, it kind of came out of nowhere.
Was that in Gainesville?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's when Jeff wanted to look at your phone or something?
Yeah, did Jane tell you that?
Yeah.
So he had said that he wouldn't, it wasn't that time, but he had said, you know, I you know, like if Jeff would be over and I was doing something, I would leave my phone out. I have this like old agenda book, I'd leave that out, and basically he said that he like saw that I had called Daniel, and he saw it in
Daniel
my phone.
Stack?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry, that's why I said there's Danny and then there's Daniel.
Gotcha.
So it had really upset me that he had gone through my phone, and that he had, I mean, I was just, the whole time I was just kind of crying. I was just really sad. I felt like we had a great relationship, and his behavior made me think that I couldn't really be with someone like that. And I didn't really say much other than I was just really like, no, I didn't cheat on you. Like, yes, I saw Daniel in the fall. Like, no, I haven't seen him more than as a friend since February. And like, if you don't trust me, we can't really do this. So, and then he was, you know, really sad and apologetic and was like, oh my God, you know, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I'm gonna lose you. And I never really thought I would be in a police station talking about my relationship.
Well,
I understand that it's potentially relevant.
So, this was on the 28th of June in Gainesville.
Yeah, so we drove back that Sunday morning, and I cried the whole way. We drove back to the house, and I told them, like, my parents don't believe that I can drive the boys down to South Florida by myself, so they like to drive up and help me drive down with them. So my folks were coming up that Sunday. So Jeff left, I had a couple of hours, my parents came up, and then Monday morning I went and picked up the kids, and that was the weekend that Amy was visiting, Danny's girlfriend. Okay. So that was my first time meeting Amy, so I went to our former house, and I was really, anxious to meet Amy and kind of sad about 6:20. Sad about the whole thing, and so my dad was like, well, I'll stand with you. So my dad stood next to me on the doorbell, and Amy was perfectly lovely, and I picked up the kids, and they seemed really happy, and got in the car and said goodbye.
Okay, that was Monday.
Yeah.
And then
I was in Coral Springs or Miami with my folks, and my other brother came down. It was my dad's 70th birthday on July 5th, so we had a party for him, and I had Skype contact with Danny and the boys, and so after we left the next day, he flew up to New York and was in New York that whole time.
Who?
Danny.
Okay.
So Amy went back, and the next day, Danny went back to join her, and so he was in New York the whole time I was in. He flew back July 11th.
Okay.
In time to pick up the boys on that Friday afternoon.
Okay. Let's get back to Jeff after you come back to Tallahassee, and I can't remember which day you
So I had lost my voice.
Right.
So I got back to Tallahassee, my parents came with us, and then Saturday morning I took my folks to get their rental car. They left, and I had a cold, and I wasn't feeling well, so I kind of just was in my house all day Saturday. Sunday, Jeff and I made plans to go see, so Sunday the 11th, 12th.
Look at your phone.
Yeah, Sunday the 13th.
You hadn't seen him since you drove back on the 29th.
That's right. So July 13th, I saw him. We went to a movie and then got some dinner, and we're talking, and it was confusing because I missed him, and it was nice to be with him, but I also felt kind of like uncertain given his behavior in Gainesville. I have kids. I feel really protective of, if someone...
And that'll be the 13th?
The 13th is when I went out with him.
Okay. That's a Monday?
No, it was a Sunday. And then the 14th was the night I went to yoga, and he came and seemed to want to, go out a lot the rest of the week, and I just knew I needed some headspace to figure out what to do.
Okay, the 13th you went out with Jeff, went to a movie. The 14th you went to yoga. Mm-hmm. He went to yoga.
Yeah.
But no discussion. Oh, no, you email him later.
And say I'd like a week off. And I'm sure, I don't know, you can find it in my phone. It'll be in my email track of what I sent.
And then basically to Jeff saying, I want some time. He doesn't
space.
respond, but he brings up gifts on the Tuesday.
Yeah.
But you'd had no contact since the yoga on Monday night.
None.
Okay. Nothing, no contact at all
No
since?
text, no email. I told him, I said no text, no email, no nothing.
Is Jeff a violent person?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Jeff own a gun?
I don't think so. My guess would be 100% no, but I guess I was only in his house one time. He certainly could have a gun and I wouldn't know about it, but he never
Lives by himself?
Lives by himself. He'd never talked to me about a gun.
Okay.
He was in the military, so.
Oh, he was in the military before?
Yeah, he grew up in California. His dad was in the Air Force, and then he was in the Air Force and ended up in Eglin Air Force Base, and he started going to community college and took classes and was really bright and ended up doing a PhD here at FSU and then taught in Arizona and then just got rehired here. Not rehired, but hired. And that's how Jane knows him, is she's doing a PhD in social work and Jeff is a professor in social work.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get a picture just to confirm I'm not talking about the right person.
I probably have one on my phone.
Sure.
And you can find him on FSU, right?
How long has he been back at FSU?
Since August.
And you all met through Jane?
Yeah. No, I just have pictures of my kids. Yeah. And this is from my dad's 70th birthday. That's my mom and dad and my boys and me.
Wow.
They're super cute.
Very nice.
He's a young 70s. Yeah, the boys have blue eyes. Danny has blue eyes too. He's loved and controlled smile there. The calls are definitely coming in.
Yeah. I'll go see if I can get a.
Oh, I wanted to call my parents.
Yeah.
Should I wait?
Just for a couple minutes more, I'm just gonna get a picture so I know that I'm talking about the right person.
Okay.
It'll come from a database.
Okay. I can listen to messages. Okay.
Sounds like when he came in here, he yelled behind her.
Very strange. Well, not strange. It's
And unfortunately, you're probably going to be
getting so many
inundated.
calls. So Tracy Cohen was like this woman that I was really, really good friends with, and she and her husband live on Trescott down the street. And they've got 2 little girls. And she was one person. She's the one person that it just really hurt my feelings. That after the divorce, I felt like she kind of took Danny's side. I wonder who'd be calling from Park City, Utah. Oh, I've got a message from them. Anyway, so she was calling because she's like, she heard that she's on Trescott. She said, oh, you heard it, I guess. She said the shooting was, she heard that it was Danny, and she called the hospital and they won't give her any information, and so she wanted to find out. But I wonder, like, Tracy's husband, Jeremy, is a friend of Danny's. I probably should tell them that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, there's just a lot of people, and because I don't know, it makes it difficult sometimes.
Tracy's husband, Jeremy.
Okay, and Tracy's the person that you were just telling me about,
Yeah,
correct?
that I just felt
it was kind
sad.
of felt a little bit hurt when.
Her husband, Jeremy, is friendly with Danny. She lives on Trescott, and I'm just thinking Jeremy might be a good person to know about what's going on. I don't know if there's a good person to know. Like,
What I would say, because we're still trying to work on getting his parents notified.
So do that
just
first.
kind of, and what I'll do is, if you leave there before I have confirmations, before I get to talk to his parents, I got your number. I'll call you as soon as they know. And obviously, it's unfortunate. Like, things like this do get around, and it's sometimes for your benefit too, because you're going to start getting inundated, right? And sometimes my suggestion is, if you're comfortable with it, like, have someone else man your phone or something like that.
I want to see who this. I now have 2 messages from the Utah. Can't hear it. I can only hear like barely any. Oh God. He's the academic dean at the law school, and he's saying it's an emergency. I'm guessing it's an emergency because he wants to know what's going on with Danny's. It's not an emergency.
You don't need to talk really to anybody but who you want,
Yeah. Let me just listen to these puppies. Lynn called not knowing anything at 4:47 just to chat.
And that might have been before they got in touch with her.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But like at a little before 5, she was just calling to shoot the shit.
Mhm.
Do you hear it?
I can kind of hear.
That's really. She was saying that was my friend that was at the lunch.
Mhm.
She said I have a feeling who's behind all of this. She meant like she thought it was Danny's fault that I was there.
Excuse me.
Hi.
Hey, his parents, do either one of them have any medical issues?
Oh God, they're gonna get called right now.
We've been working on it. We're trying to get the law enforcement to go, but
His mom is a large woman and has some ongoing health issues.
Okay.
I think they're both actually. I mean, they're turning 70 this
Sure.
year. So,
okay.
oh my God, I can't.
Do you don't have a number for his sister, do you?
Let me see. I might actually. I recently went through my phone and deleted stuff I wasn't
Right.
using, but let me see if I have Shelly. I don't have Shelly.
And it's Shelley Markel?
Markel.
Markel. Is it SHELL?
Y. Just Y. I think I have Phil.
Okay.
I do. I have Phil's.
Okay. Because we tried Ruth's number and she didn't answer.
So a lot of times they have a place up north
Okay.
that they go to on the weekends. I don't have that number,
Okay.
but Phil might answer
Okay.
his cell phone. So here's.
877?
It's he does a lot of business, and so
Okay.
I think it's a toll-free number.
Okay.
Well, let me see if I have Ruth's.
Okay.
If I have the country house number. You guys are calling now, huh? Has there been any update from the hospital?
I haven't spoken with them.
If people wanted to
I did
know,
speak
or-
with ICU.
Here,
I spoke
Ruth
with the
too.
nurse.
Is that the number you have for Ruth's house?
No.
His parents are recently divorced.
Okay.
I think she's at that number.
Okay. All right. Obviously, it's something we try to avoid as far as we like to have someone make contact in person, but we're just not having any luck right now because we don't have an address. We have business, because I was able to Google stuff and see the business
Yeah,
stuff.
but they're not going to be there.
Right, so this is what we're going to try and do.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not ideal. Generally, we like to try to get someone there for someone, but sometimes time isn't necessarily always on our side.
Because they want someone.
Well, they need to tell someone because eventually he's gonna need someone to make those decisions and stuff.
Okay. It looks bizarre to get these messages of about book club and
How life kind of sometimes just keeps moving.
recommending students for jobs and sort of waiting. Oh my God. I can't help but feeling like this is all my fault.
Why do you feel that way?
Why would somebody do this, right? If I had been still married to him, then there wouldn't be anyone that was angry, right? There wouldn't be any kind of disgruntled, wouldn't be Amy's husband. This can't be a random act of violence. This has to be on purpose. Someone did this for a reason.
But and this is why I tell everybody, you don't cause people's actions. You can control your actions. You can't control anyone else's. And I know it's hard, and as you and I kind of talk throughout this process, you know, when time comes, I'll make recommendations for things that might be good for you and for the boys. But right now, let's just kind of deal with tonight.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
Let me, I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like, actually at 6:30, I was supposed to be at a party by now, so let me tell Linda. God, the person throwing it works at Beavis Funeral Home.
Okay.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met. What did we say I should tell people?
Just say,
Can't
if you
make
want
it
to keep
tonight.
Yeah, just like, I'm very sorry, I can't make it tonight. I'll be in contact soon. And so they're doing a Stop the Bar party.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that. Is that a thing?
I think it's newer for newer people getting married and don't have as much money to spend on weddings, so you do a Stop the Bar party, so at least you get all your liquor and... Or maybe just stock a bar at your house, I don't know. But that was my interpretation when I've heard of the Stop the Bar
I'll
parties.
be drinking that bourbon for dinner.
Do you like bourbon?
No.
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. I asked her okay, so that was tonight's plan. And then tomorrow, should I be
Don't worry about tomorrow. Just go ahead and do your tonight since you were supposed to be there at, basically now. And
I
would
just feel
wait.
like I shouldn't be going about my life as if it were normal. Like the kid, I don't know how to do
Well,
this.
and then, you know what? You're going to be able to call your parents soon. And then I think once your parents get here, they'll kind of be able to help guide you on what's best.
Yeah.
So don't worry about canceling tomorrow's plan. You have a bunch of time to do that in between. And this is, the most important thing in keeping yourself the least amount of stress.
Come on now.
Sane, unstressed, whatever word you want to use.
So Robin kept telling me I had to call Jimmy. Should I call?
Who's Jimmy?
Jimmy is my divorce attorney. So
and Robin's your friend.
Robin's
that's
a
not
good friend.
Okay. Was Robin the one that you were at lunch with?
No.
Okay. I would just, again, I don't think
Why
that
don't
might
I send
be...
an email to Jimmy Judkins and just ask if I heard there was an urgent matter. Do you need something?
If that would make you feel better, that's fine. Were you guys going through any new thing with your divorce? Or?
I have a meeting that was coming up. So basically what happened is when we got divorced last summer, the settlement agreement was that Danny really wanted to stay in the house. So the agreement was that he would stay in the house and he would pay me my half of the house. And he had until mid-October to do it, and he just didn't do it. And so I asked him, where's the money? What happened? And he said, I have compelling reasons and I'm not paying it. And I said, well, what are the reasons? And he said, I'm not telling you. So I rehired my attorney and we filed a motion in court. It just keeps going on and on. But anyway, it's taking forever. You're a victim advocate. It's taking forever to get through court. It's teaching me to have a lot more patience as an attorney. But we have a meeting coming up soon. It was supposed to be the 24th, and then Jimmy just moved it to the 30th or the 31st. So that's why I feel what's the urgency if it's not about this? What would he need to talk about?
When did he start sending those emails?
I'd
or
actually
voicemail or
I got one from Robin at 5 and one at 6, and that's unusual. And she's not
and I don't know what's Rob, but she might have inklings of what's going on, and she might be you need to contact an attorney. But again, you're not being looked at as a suspect. They're just clearing.
Well, I'm trying to help.
And you have been, and I think you and Investigator Isom have been able to communicate well with each other and everything.
Okay, so Jimmy sent an email to me. So when we had our hearing with the judge about whether Danny needed to pay me, the judge was like, you need to pay her the money. We're going to hold you in contempt of
court.
Which
judge is it now? I know they just changed all the judges.
They
over
do.
there.
So it was Judge Hobbs.
Before? Okay.
So Judge Hobbs at that hearing. And she was like, I'm going to put you in jail, pay her the money.
Right.
And he was like, well, Your Honor, I have, I'm going to file a motion for full custody of the kids, and I'm going to file a motion he never did that, but a motion for sanctions against Wendy's attorney, who's Kristen Adelson. I don't know if so Kristen was my attorney, and so because he filed sanctions against my attorney, Kristen was like, I can't represent you anymore. I need to represent myself. Like, I need to be a witness in your case because he's impugning my professional reputation. So Kristen hooked me up with Jimmy to be my attorney instead. And so now Jimmy's my attorney. And so we're trying to, like, now I've got Jimmy writing to me and Kristen and trying to work this all out. But they wrote this at 3:44. Clearly they had no idea because all it says is basically we have a new judge and I think this is good news and, like, here's some stuff we have to do on our case.
Okay. Yeah. And
I'm
again,
gonna skip it. It's
yeah,
not, it
I
can't be
don't
that
think
urgent.
you really need to be stressed. I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
and I think when time comes, I think anyone that's been trying to reach you about anything will understand completely and entirely why.
What's going on?
Yes.
God, one of the other, there's like a young faculty member at the law school, this guy Mark, who had a heart attack. Mark is like 33 or 34. I did yoga with him. He's like super fit, healthy. He just had like a congenital heart defect. So, you know, he's fine. He's actually alive. He made it. He's okay. But, you know, the whole law school was like, oh my God, like
Very
what
low
happened?
stress.
And now that's why Manuel is called twice. And it says it's from Park City. That's where his wife is from. So either he never changed his cell phone. That's possible. He either never changed. I've never talked to Manuel outside of school. So either.
And he's the dean of the law school?
He's not, so there's like the dean in charge of everything, and then there's like the academic dean. That,
Okay, because
so
the
like,
law school is pretty much separate. I mean, it is part of the university, but it like has its own academic deans and all those type of.
Did you go to FSU?
I did.
Yeah. Did they do the one book, one campus thing when you were there? Did they pick a book? Did you go undergrad or master's? Or?
Both.
Yeah. Were you in social work?
I was. I graduated fall of, how long ago was it already? I think 2011.
It's Jeff's phone number.
I have this work number and a cell phone. The work number would be the.
Who is that?
The Bainbridge, Georgia. I bet you that's the Greenbergs and Cairo that I was saying, Alex and Maya. Do you think we should talk to them?
Not right now. 294.
So that's his, the 294 would be his cell. The other number would be his office number.
Okay. All the news is already on. People
Meaning
seem to,
what? What's
well,
out
they
there?
all they just know. I don't know
A
what they
shooting on
put out.
Trescott, I
Yeah,
think.
that's basically what's going to happen.
Okay. My kids are not going to see the news, so I'm not worried about that. I guess you're just telling the story.
No, I'm saying that's probably why these people are trying to
Are
get a
calling.
hold of you now.
Yeah.
I need to go back. I need a timeline here. What time did you wake up this morning?
A little before 8. I know that because the repairman was supposed to be here between 8 and 12, and I didn't set an alarm. So I woke up like, oh God, I need to put some clothes on and get ready.
Okay. What? At 8 o'clock.
He called, or like my mom called. I could see what time the calls came in, but let's see, starting this morning. Yeah, my mom called at 8:09, and then the repair guy called at 8:08, and then my mom called at 8:09. I guess he called her too, trying to. Sorry. So yeah. So then the repair guy called, and I don't remember exactly what time he got there, but like between 8 and 9, probably closer to 9.
Okay. What time did he leave?
Around 10. He could probably tell you. Like he'll have a record of what time he
Okay.
called in to figure out whether to repair it or buy a new one.
Okay.
So he'll have a record of his calls too.
Okay. Before 10 a.m. A little before 10 a.m. he
Yeah.
left. Okay. And then you went back to working on papers and so forth?
Yeah, I was making some breakfast. I remember I was making oatmeal, so it was taking a while. It was like that kind that you have to stir for a long time. And I was talking to Charlie, so there's my call to Charlie, and then I called Renee, my friend who's interviewing for a job at FSU today. She was driving in, and I wanted to wish her good luck and see if I could meet her for a hug at some point today.
Okay.
So that was at 10:24. I called my friend Tova back at 11:22. I think I was just, you know, in between working on the paper, being distracted.
So between 10:24 and 11:22, all right, 10:24, you're talking to Renee.
I talked to her for 18 minutes.
Okay, so now we're up to 10:24, 4:24 plus 18, we're at 40 something.
42-ish?
42?
Yeah. Then I went back to working. And then I tried Danny again. I left a message at 11:42 a.m. It's probably just, 27 seconds. I just left him a message.
And this is out at your house?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, the reason I'm getting down to this, I'm trying to whittle this down with what they pulled from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever leave your house before you went to the liquor store and got turned around on Trescott?
No.
Never left?
No.
Okay. All right. And so at 10:42, you're done with the call from Renee.
Yeah.
And you don't make another call again, according to what I have here, you called Tova.
At 11:22.
At 11:22, so between 10:42.
I worked for a total of like 20 minutes. It's a good thing I'm not on a timesheet.
Okay, so from 10:42.
And you know what? If you took my computer, you could probably find records of like what time I saved the document. And I'd be happy to sign a waiver so you could look at my computer.
And 10:42 to 11:22, you're working on paper.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you remember the call to Tova.
Mm-hmm.
And that was,
I just left her. She had called. I was just returning her call,
okay.
So I just left a message. And then I tried Danny. I left him a call. I worked in between. Once again, it would be good. I'll get you my computer if you want to take a look at the documents.
I just have to validate all of this. That's all. So,
and you could probably go to my email records, which you should have. When you
Right.
guys did the phone, you did the email records, so you would have of like what time I sent messages.
Were you sending email messages during those times?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Between 10:42 and 11:22.
I think so, because I don't remember exactly what time, but before I left the house at noon, I sent off the like edits, like the citations to the law school library to have someone look at my citations on this paper that's due that I no longer care about.
Okay. And so how can we say, do you have some way of showing a timeline of when
I sent email?
No, when you left the house.
Oh, yeah. So the only thing I have that is, the only thing that I guess I have is I was waiting to call back this colleague of mine, Joe Davis, and I called him from the car at 12:27. And he was the first call I made as I was pulling out of the driveway, so that was like 12:27.
That's leaving the house.
That was leaving the house. So I got into the car, I put on my earpiece, I called Joe. And Joe was busy with a colleague, and then I was returning phone calls. I called back this woman, Laura, that was at 12:29. And then I called my friend Jeff Skopek, who's different Jeff, lives in Boston, just had a baby, and so I was catching up with him about his baby. And we were on the phone about 16 minutes. I was on the phone with him on the way to the liquor store.
Joe Davis was the one at 12:27?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I actually spoke with Joe. Laura, I left a message, and then Jeff I spoke with for a while, and then the connection cut out. I went into the liquor store, I tried him back again. We talked for a few minutes, connection cut out again, and I was like, I'm at lunch, I'll just call him back later.
Okay. When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to?
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a stock the bar party, and so I asked my friend what do they like, and she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. So I went in the store to get Bulleit bourbon, and so I asked the guy in the store, like, where's your bourbon? And so he showed it to me, and I found it. And
okay, so you just went, he pointed out where the bourbon was?
Yeah.
And you go there and you just grab the brand that's familiar by the name?
Yeah, that's what they said they wanted. So.
Okay, so you didn't discuss with the clerk whether this good, whether it's bad?
The only thing I said I discussed is I walked over and he was like, can I see your ID? And I was like, why are you laughing? I could
be 18.
Oh,
And I was like,
okay.
and so I was like, I love to be asked how old I am. I'm like, I'm old as dirt. Here you
Okay.
go. And so I handed it to him, and he's like, you're not old.
Okay.
So anyway, we had like a little banter, and he was like, "Your eyes are so blue," and I was like, "Thank you," and then I left. That's it. Yeah,
Will you put his name underneath there, please?
this
and
is so creepy.
Just print his name.
That looks like him as a student. I wonder if that's like.
Oh, will you sign it as you're saying that's who Jeff Lacoste is?
Do you want me to like?
Just sign your name and the
Oh.
date.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to confirm
Okay.
who this person is.
Yeah.
Call your folks.
Okay. I really don't want to make that call.
I know, but you
I know. I just
you
like.
can wait if you want to.
No,
I
I'm
feel like
just-
I was holding you up. So.
You were, and I.
I was, okay.
No, I mean, I want them here. I don't want to tell them what happened and what's going on because they're very emotional.
Well,
And
Make sure they're not driving.
well,
or
that's
doing
the
anything.
thing is like they're gonna now get in the car for 8 hours and come up and
Are they both very emotional? Is one more emotional than
my
the
mom's
other?
more emotional than my dad's more of a straight shooter.
okay.
Well, people must really know now because I just got a text from someone that said, I know everyone is calling you right now, but could this really be happening?
I just talked with Alan, and he asked me, he was going to take the kids by the house to get some clothes, and said that they have a key but don't know your alarm code.
I didn't set the alarm when I left.
Okay, that makes
But
it easy.
if it goes off, it's 10:13.
Okay, and we spoke with the hospital. We've spoken with his dad. We did make contact with him. One of the other victim advocates was able to make contact with him. I don't know all the ins and outs of the
I'm
conversation.
sure he's devastated.
He's apparently in Colorado.
Oh.
They're in Aspen, or he's in Aspen, is at least what I understood.
Well, at least he's closer.
Right.
Well, I don't
The-
know if that's any closer.
I was gonna say, the nurse at the hospital,
Yeah.
the rabbi was up there, and I'm sorry.
That's not. Oh, it doesn't.
I know.
It doesn't matter.
I
I
know.
know. I'm correcting you. I'm sorry.
And I realized that when I called Jane, I was like, wait, I wrote that wrong. Was talking about something about the rabbi and didn't know what.
I'm sorry. Phil was talking. His dad was talking.
No, the nurse at
Uh-huh.
the hospital,
Yeah.
and this was prior to me getting them in contact about what type of Jewish whatever he
Oh my God.
practices.
Mhm.
Okay.
He calls himself Flexidox, so he's like he's Orthodox-ish. That's
Okay.
why the rabbi is a good choice. The one that's here,
Okay.
Oyerman.
Okay.
He's like his
Okay.
denomination.
He is there. Okay.
So, and he's at the hospital.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, and that's what I thought, and my conversation with him is, oh, yes, very familiar. And then when I talked to the nurse, so we may have been talking about two different people
Do we have
because,
an update on what's going on medically? Like,
you know, I didn't even ask because I know somebody else is dealing with that.
Okay.
And my understanding is he's in ICU. Last I heard was he was probably not going to survive. But they are trying to
And you
work out
told
the
his dad
organ
that?
donor
Oh my God.
aspect
okay.
of that whole thing.
And you told his dad this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So they are.
And
aware.
is he coming? Is he?
Well, and Melanie spoke with him, and I hadn't had a chance to sit down and
Okay.
talk with her since,
Okay.
because I was on the phone. I was trying to give the
Really?
nurse a heads up to say,
He's
hey,
coming.
just so you know, we've talked to the dad. He's going to be calling, so that
Yeah.
random person didn't call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
Did the kid did Alan say the kids needed clothes? Like,
Well,
I mean,
it-
they can just sleep in their closet.
well, and he didn't know how long you were going to be, and
Yeah.
you know, stuff like that. And
Okay.
Jane called and said when when you are ready to go, she would like to come up here and go with you if she need, just so you're not going by yourself.
That'd be
You
great.
know, that type.
Am I allowed to take my car?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
Did they keep the keys
I
or?
don't know if
I know she had the keys. Did we ever get them from? Did someone take the keys?
Jim
from you?
did.
Okay, I'm
Mhm.
sorry.
he may not have given them back. I'll double
Yeah, I
check.
don't have
Again,
these.
you know, we're all doing different things, so I may have missed something, but I'll double check.
Okay, yeah, I don't have the keys. I'm gonna call my parents.
Okay.
Okay.
And y'all spoke with Ison about
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, he said that's okay, right?
Yep.
Do you need anything? Are you hungry? I know you know, some people want.
Alright. I don't know how to tell them this.
I think you're gonna be upset.
They're very angry with him, right? Like, they're,
Well,
this isn't like it's
know-
their son, but he's the father of my kids, and this
They're
is a very, pardon my language, fucked up situation.
Don't pardon your language at all. I would, you know what? When I was talking to, I would let them, first because you're upset, so let them know that I'm okay.
Yeah.
As in you're okay.
Well, that's why
and
I
then,
need to call them, because my mom would be like, "What happened to my?" Like, if
Right.
the police called, my mom would lose her shit.
Right, and that's why we always try to get people there in person or get.
Yeah.
So, just say, Danny.
7 o'clock already. I have to see my kids before they go to bed. I'm sure they're not gonna want to go to bed without me, but like.
And I'm sure they're gonna be hyped up a little bit because they're over at
Oh my
someone's
god.
house.
Oh my god.
This is not a normal situation, and things are gonna happen a little bit abnormal. And,
No, I know. I'm just picturing
and part
they're
of
just
it.
so innocent. They don't know anything, and they should not have to go through this. They're so little.
But you know what? Kids are resilient, and sometimes the younger they are, the more resilient they are. And you, I can tell already, are a compassionate and strong woman. And better than all that too is you've got an awesome support system, whether it be your family or just you've got a ton of people calling you. You've got a network, so you'll have people to help be strong for you.
People must be figuring this out. I just got a call from Karen, who's friends with Robin, who used to live here but is in Oregon now, and she just got a call from Robin in rewards other than I love you and I'm here for you. I mean, do you think my attorney's calling me because he wants to make sure that I'm committing a heinous crime?
I mean, I don't know. Does your
I don't
I don't think you should be worried.
I know, I don't have to call him, right?
Yeah, and and I think if anything, it's probably maybe someone concerned for you that's calling him and maybe setting him off to this, and he's just,
As your attorney, but he's not my criminal defense
right.
attorney.
Does,
He's
and does
just-
he do criminal defense?
I have no
Right.
idea.
So I don't.
He's handling
You're an attorney, so you know your rights very well, probably. And I think it's just more people being concerned. And I think people like attorneys have more influence than. Would you like me to be? I'll stay here with you, and that way you can say to them,
Hey, it's Maya Greenberg. I'm just please trying to get in touch with you.
so they're probably kind of hearing. They're probably hearing, and they're looking for you for
Hearing on the
confirmation.
news, so you heard that,
What I'll tell you, the police station hasn't released his name. But obviously this Dean person has an inkling, whatever the case may be.
something must be
know.
going on. How would all of these people know?
Well, if someone like the Dean, and if they're trying to get hold of you and they can't, they're gonna start going to other.
So that was this.
I mean, I will say the news does have the block. They do
Yeah.
have the street,
And
and
some
then.
people are figuring it out. Well, Tracy knew that it was him,
Mhm.
and she's calling the hospital. So how did Tracy know?
And I will say that the
Oh,
police.
Facebook. They're all probably talking to each other on Facebook.
I mean, people communicate.
no, I know, but Danny's very, very
And then they're all
public.
probably trying to call him and say, "Hey, where are you at? What are you doing?" And
Right, and so he's not responding, and he's always very responsive. They must have each other's contact on Facebook and then be connecting with each other.
And then what'll happen is they'll get really frustrated because they'll try to contact the police department. We're not telling anyone anything. They'll try to contact the hospital. The hospital's like, no.
Here comes Chelsea. Okay, I'm gonna call my parents.
Okay.
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead. I just
You
know
don't.
that he has
but-
been shot, and
But all signs of what everyone's telling you, I mean, when they start talking, sorry to be blunt, organ donation.
I know that's
he's
the one that
not-
really.
He's kind of.
Okay, so I just want to tell them what happened and that I need them here,
And
that
they're
I'm
gonna come
fine
up
and
here
the
probably.
kids are fine.
Mhm. And let them know, when they ask, say the kids are with Lynn and Alan. I'm gonna probably be seeing them relatively soon.
I
I'm just
will, right?
rather-
I'll be out of here soon. Yeah, okay.
I know it's
It was
probably
so
you're in
creepy
like
to see Jeff's picture. It looked like a weird mugshot. Can you? Okay.
Nervous.
No, I just I think it's shock reaction.
I'm the.
You know, right? Shock reaction?
Yeah. Oh, and I'm a shaker when I get upset. So yeah.
I don't usually
know.
shake. I really don't. Okay, here it goes. This is the worst day of my life. Maybe I should text them if I can't reach them. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Mom, I need you to sit down. I am fine. The boys are fine. I need you to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Alan pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Alan right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's evening, so if you want to come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not gonna be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine. Yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom? Oh.
You did awesome with that call.
Thanks.
You were so stressed out about it, and you handled it.
I just wanted you, I talked to Alan, okay? And just because, my suggestion to him, just because we don't know what's going on, was if he goes to the house.
Sorry, my mom might be calling back because she heard me. Mom? You did, yeah. I just wanted to ask if you could just tell Charlie for me. I just don't want to be making calls right now, so if you could just tell Charlie for me, that would be great. Okay, and just, it's on the news a little bit that there was a shooting on Trescott, and so I'm starting to get a lot of calls, and I'm not going to be answering them unless they're from you, so I would really try not to tell anybody what's going on just yet, just because, he's in the hospital, and I talked to Charlie earlier today, obviously before any of this happened. Like, I talked to him at like 10 this morning, and he said that he was coming to visit you guys this weekend, and he had plans, and he sounded good. I just can't, Mom. So can you just tell him? Yeah, just tell him for me, and then I'm sure I'll talk to him soon. But I don't want to be on the phone unless I have to right now. Okay? Okay. All right. Love you too. Bye. My mom handled that pretty well. Could you hear her?
Yeah. I think, because you're a mama, but moms always go in that natural instinct to kind of protect and help and...
Yeah. I'm waiting to hear from you whenever you can. That's Jane. When she said she's here if I need company or a ride, do you think she meant here, like, metaphysically? Or here, like, in the lobby?
No, I think I would hope metaphysically. And again, remind me, Jane's the neighbor down the street that kind of... Oh, no, Jane. Okay.
Are you here?
Yeah, I think it sounded like Joanna said she talked to her recently, though, right?
Hey, I just wanted to say I talked with Alan. My recommendation for you tonight, just because we don't know what's going on, is to stay somewhere, possibly. And he said that you were more than welcome to stay at their house. Yeah, so I wanted to let you know that.
Great.
Because I don't want you going home, just because we don't know what's going on.
I just am a little scared. So I'd really rather stay. Yeah. Are they okay with me being there? Like, they don't
absolutely.
What we're gonna do is, just to cut to the chase, I'm gonna follow you home, or if you're not well enough, we'll get somebody else to drive your van if you want that.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna get your computer from the house and
Sure.
everything, and then, so you're not gonna go home by yourself.
Okay.
Just
well,
for
I'm happy to go to the house, and I can give you my password and stuff to get into the computer.
And do you want? Do you
going
want
to
me to
pick up some
drive
things.
your van home? He can follow us.
Can we do that? Can you and I go home,
Yeah.
and then I'll give you my password and.
That's fine.
You're in law school, right?
I teach at the law school.
So you need this computer, or do you have backup somewhere?
I mean, I don't imagine I'll be getting much work done.
Right.
No, but do you need it like next week?
I do.
Depends on how long we keep it.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, obviously this is more important, so if you need my computer, you can have my computer, and I just won't work for a little while, that's all.
Do you have it backed up somewhere?
It's backed up to there's a drive
A hard drive?
into the
External
law
hard drive?
school. No, not an
Oh.
external, but like the law school has a server that,
Okay.
or
You can work off of it in the Love Building or something.
I mean, I don't think I'm gonna be going back to
I
work,
understand.
so you can have my computer if you need it, and I'll figure out what to do, okay?
Thank
You'll get it back.
Okay,
This email to Jeff
And then-
on the 14th, I haven't looked at any of that stuff.
yeah,
Um,
I could probably find it for you, like in my, well, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
if we stop at my house, I can
Yeah.
go to my sent mail and find it for you.
What, do you remember what you said?
Basically just, I was kind of vague, but I just said, like, I'm having a hard time, my head and my heart are saying two different things right now, and I just would really appreciate if I could have a week of no contact from you, to figure things out.
Okay.
That's basically it. I mean, you'll see.
But you didn't telegraph anything at yoga.
I
You waited
mean-
till after you got home, right?
He was really like, let's go out tomorrow, let's do this, let's do that. I was having trouble saying no, but I was feeling kind of pressured, and so I just, no, I mean, I'm a little bit on the passive aggressive side, so I was having trouble like with the confrontation.
And then he left and you left separately from yoga?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then that's when you went home and
I
decided?
went home. I actually was having a conversation with a friend who suggested the no contact for a week just to get some heads, like just to clear my head, and so I thought it was a good idea, and I wrote on.
But I want to clarify, that's because
That's because I was trying to decide whether to get back together with him.
Well, because of the lapse in time from the 28th of June?
That lapse in time was because I was in Miami with my family, so.
But it was separation?
There was separation, but I was.
Only for the trip?
I was 24/7 with the kids. I wasn't like, I don't know, I was just in full-on mommy mode. I wasn't like thinking of what was going on with Jeff. I kind of wanted to be in Tallahassee and like feel his absence and be here and know like, am I missing Jeff or am I missing having a boyfriend in general? Like, I just wanted to get some clarity for myself.
All right. When you're in Miami or South Florida, I guess Coral Springs, isn't it? When you're down there, are you and Jeff constantly in communication?
This 2-week period, you mean?
The one after?
The one that just happened? We weren't in constant communication. I'd say we were in communication. We talked a few times. Over the 12 days, we talked maybe 3 or 4 times. We texted a little bit. I would tell him something funny the kids did or something. But I honestly didn't have a lot of privacy or time to myself, and so I was feeling sad about what was going on, but I wasn't communicating with him that much.
You're feeling sad about?
Well, I felt like he and I were in a great relationship, and he had done this thing to kind of make it not so great.
How would you describe his actions in Gainesville as far as the coming back from dinner?
Yeah.
Going through your phone?
No, that he did like months earlier.
I'm sorry.
So that didn't happen that night. He came back and he was upset, and he said, like, I was asking about this, like, every year FSU picks a book for all the freshmen to read, and this year they picked my book, and so I'm giving this speech in August in front of the whole freshman class, and he was like, I was going to wait until your big speech was over in August to tell you this, but like I just can't like keep it in anymore. Like, I know that you were cheating with Daniel. Like, I know that you were seeing Daniel. And then he just kept talking about it, and the way he was going about it, it just felt very much like he was like, I have evidence, and it was very kind of legal in a way, and it just seemed, I don't know, like he just didn't trust me, and I was kind of feeling like that was going to be the end of us.
Okay, I misunderstood. So he did not go through your phone or anything?
He did previously. He had said to me, like, well, on March 19th, where were you? And I was like, I don't remember what I ate for breakfast. And so he was like, well, when I looked at your agenda book, it said that you were supposed to see Daniel that day, and he's like, and I looked on your phone, and like, you used to have all your old text messages up, but now you've erased them all. And I was like, I don't know, I just went through my phone and erased stuff sometimes.
He's bringing this up on the 28th.
He brought all this up,
okay,
of like past stuff that had happened since February.
Did he ever show any jealousy or any anger towards Danny, or was it all Daniel?
He was jealous of Daniel. He was not jealous of Danny. He spent a lot of time talking to me through, like, it's been a contentious divorce. I mean, it's been a hard time, and so he would talk to me through things I would be upset about. Sorry, it's gonna happen now, I guess. I mean, he's a therapist, so he would sit and let me talk for long periods of time about how sad I was about certain things or how upset I was about certain things. And he would just listen and offer ideas of like, well, what if you tried, like, if it upsets you that you hear from him so often, we have a parenting coordinator. Like, what if you ask the parenting coordinator to only have emails from him like twice a week instead of all day long every day, 5 days a week? Like, he would listen and say, I'm so sorry you're going through this, and then offer alternatives. But he was never like, I'm so pissed, or, he wasn't.
He never showed emotion towards any of this?
I mean, in the sense of like, I'm so sorry for you, like, this sounds really hard, I'm sorry you're dealing with this. He would hold me, that kind of stuff, but not like, I'm so angry.
Did he ever meet Danny?
Yeah, he met him a few times. Sometimes Danny would be late to pick up the kids, and there'd be like an overlap where Jeff would come, and so he had met him. There was like the boys sang at the Capitol one time, and Danny was there and Jeff was there, and Danny seemed, I mean, I'm sure it's not fun to see your ex-wife with someone new, but Danny he was very pleasant and very fine about it. He was really appropriate, and Jeff was like, they'd say, hey, they wouldn't really like make a lot of small talk, but fine.
Had Jeff ever been to your former house on Trescott?
No.
Would he have any reason to go there?
No.
Okay. Does he know where?
I think he would know where it is, because I would sometimes take Trescott and sometimes not, kind of depending. Like, if I knew the kids were there and I thought I might have the chance of like running into them, then I didn't take Trescott. If it was like nighttime and we were driving back from somewhere, sometimes I would take Trescott and I would be like, there's my former home, like it's, I would point it out.
With him in the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember like a specific instance in which I did that, but I'm sure that would be something I'd say, like, wow, that was my house, like, isn't it pretty, or,
So you never took him there specifically to pick up the kids or
No.
exchange anything or
Mm-mm.
anything along those lines?
No.
What was the most recent time from now, the most recent past time
Yeah.
that you had this discussion about the trials and tribulations of your ex-husband and so forth with Jeff?
It was all the time.
All the time. Okay. All right.
I can't pin down a date, but I'm trying to think of like what the most recent issue would be. I haven't talked to Jeff all week, so it wasn't now.
You didn't talk to him since Monday night, and
Not
you
since
emailed him with
Monday.
no response after that.
Yeah, so it wasn't this week. But I'm trying to think of what it. I mean, there were always things like when he first started dating Amy, he would Skype from bed with Amy, and so I would talk to him about that. Of like, I don't think this is that appropriate. Like he's Skyping, from bed. You and I would never do that. But I think that was more like a month ago. What was the last?
I just wondered if there was anything recently that kind of
There was nothing
sparked.
like a huge thing of like, oh, I can't believe he did X, Y, or Z. And in fact, Jeff, like we were trying to figure out the school decision this week, but that happened. I got the call like on Tuesday or Wednesday, so Jeff didn't even know about that. I honestly can't think of a.
Right. Did you have a contact person at this prospective school for one of your kids? Who
Yeah.
was that?
Danny and I both talked to her. So it's a woman named Erin Lombardo. I think she might be the assistant principal there. So
What's the name of the school?
It's the School of Arts and Sciences.
Okay.
It's a charter school in town, and they had put in an application for Ben, and he got picked from the lottery to go. And so they called. Can find when they called. I think it was. They probably called Monday. I can't actually remember what day. They called at some point this week, maybe Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday maybe, and then Danny and I were trying to figure out whether this was a good option for him. And so, what night did I was at work on Thursday morning. So I talked to Erin Lombardo Thursday morning, and she said that she'd had a lengthy conversation with Danny the night before. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, you have to do this twice. And she was like, I'm used to blended families, it's okay. And so he had a long conversation with her Wednesday night. I had a long conversation with her Thursday morning.
This past.
Erin, yesterday.
Okay. All right. You did a note to yourself referring to something about, if you want to look it up on your phone. I was.
I think I had to buy super glue.
No, it was before that. It was to JRL, or it was in reference to JRL as a note to yourself.
Mm-hmm. What did I say?
You said, I can't remember what exactly it said. Something to the effect of something
Note like
about,
in the notes?
Yeah, you have a note thing or a date book thing or something.
Yeah. I don't see it. I don't see a JRL thing. But okay,
And
what's
do you refer to? Do you ever type anything?
Jeff. That's Jeff.
Is
It's
that, do you
Jeff.
refer to it as JRL?
Sometimes when I write his name down, just because I have other friends named Jeff. So.
Okay. I'll have to look. I'll have to go get it.
Yeah.
If I'll see what exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to check on that
Okay.
reference.
I'm running out of juice.
Do you drink soda? I can see if you can find like a Diet Coke or something, or.
I meant juice on the phone.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like running out of juice, and like.
I sure am. Getting some emails.
Is Jane still here, or did she?
No, I think she meant metaphorically.
Okay.
Oh my god. Well, my parents sounded really surprised, so it's at least a relief. I was trying to think of who would be angry enough to do something to him. My parents would be angry, but they're not capable of this. Thank God. I really couldn't handle that right now.
Yeah, no.
Can I ask Robin why Jimmy needs to talk to me, or just leave it alone? Leave it alone.
I can't.
I know.
I hate to
I just-
advise on kind of those like legal situations.
Oh, here. I mean, this is this is Lisa Frank, just like a friend of mine. I just read that there was a shooting on Trescott today. I hope you and the boys are safe. It's weird though, it's like, I guess the reaction is they're worried like that Danny did something, right? Because otherwise they know Lisa knows I don't live on Trescott. So I don't know. Wait, Jane is on her way to TPD, but I don't need her here, right? Because I'm going to Allen's.
I think from my read when Joanna came in here, that someone was going to drive you and Joanna was going to drive your car at the last step to kind of, so that way your car would be somewhere safe.
Okay.
But maybe something has changed because things tend to change a lot.
Okay. I'll just leave her here for the minute.
And I think,
She
you
looks
know what,
pretty
your
close.
friends want to be here for you, and if things change, they're flexible, especially if she's a social worker.
Yeah.
Used to flexibility.
Oh, God, I have so many social workers in my life. Jeff sounds crazy when I talk about him like this.
I don't think so.
I really hope he didn't do this.
Is there something that would make you feel like he would be capable of something? Because you said...
Who is capable of doing something like this?
And
I don't know anyone that, I represent victims of trafficking, but, I don't know the traffickers. And, I don't spend time with them. And so in my mind, someone who's capable of, extinguishing a human life or, thinking someone else's life is less than theirs, I work with the victims who have been thought as less than human, but not with the people who think that's okay.
You can look at the full one. It's kind of hard to see here because it's printed sideways. Do you think there is insecurity that has nothing to do with
But
something?
is this a...
It's a calendar thing. So it's telling you to talk to JRL.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I have been talking to friends this week about what to do about Jeff, whether to get back together with him. And yesterday I talked to my friend Joey, who had some ideas. And so I put that in my calendar for Monday because that'll have been a week since I've not talked to him. So I
Right.
put it in to remind myself, okay, now it's been a week, and of to ask him these questions. These are the things I was thinking about and things I want to talk to him about.
And when you're referring to this, you're saying Daniel, not Danny.
Daniel Sack.
Right. That's who you're saying. His aggression or his jealousy, however you want to talk about it, however you want to describe it,
Yeah.
is towards Daniel Sack.
Because Jeff really felt it's all about Daniel Sack, because Jeff just felt everything was fine now that Daniel has moved to Amherst, and I kind of felt if you're going to be insecure, it's going to be someone else some other time, but it's not just Daniel, that it's something going on.
But this has never happened. This is for this
This is
coming
my
Monday.
calendar for Monday I'm writing down things to talk to him about.
Okay.
Makes me sound like a total weirdo.
No, that's fine. I just was curious because I saw
What it is,
Daniel, and I
yeah.
know you told me it's to
Well, because I
your
dated him,
ex-husband
and
is
it's
Danny.
and he goes by Danny, anyone who's friends with him. Nobody calls him Daniel.
Okay.
It's just his given name, but there's not a person on earth that calls him that knows him. So he goes by Dan or Danny, and his niece and nephew call him Bo. A lot of the family calls him Bo
Okay.
as a nickname.
All right.
But Daniel Sack is Daniel Sack.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. When's the last time you talked to Daniel Sack?
I talked to him this week.
Okay. Everything's fine with him?
Yeah, he's living in Massachusetts. He's happy.
Okay.
We had a nice chat.
Okay.
He's my friend, and
All right.
yeah,
Okay. We're going to get ready to leave here just a minute.
great.
And I think we determined that.
We're gonna go to my house. I'll
Right.
give you my computer.
Right, and passcode or whatever,
Yeah.
and then from there, you're gonna go to the friend's house.
I'll pack a bag and we'll go. Okay, so Joanne
Joanna?
is gonna come with us.
Yep.
I think my friend Jane is outside. She said she's parked outside TPD in case I need her. So we can tell her, I guess, that
Jane?
Jane that was here.
McPherson?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that I don't need her, I guess. She can come with, but
We just wanna make sure you get someplace that you're comfortable, and you've already told me enough reasons that you feel like that maybe whoever did this.
I don't wanna go home.
Right. So we're going home just to get the
Okay.
clothing, the computer, and then we can get you on to the
Okay.
other, I can't remember their names now.
Alan and Lynn.
Right.
They live really close to me.
Okay,
You look like you've had a long day.
I have. Okay, so we'll be getting ready to go in just a minute, okay?
Okay, well, I don't have a lot of stuff to take with me.
I know,
Can
I
I,
know.
throw out the tissues in the trash can?
Yeah, but we're not there yet. I just wanted to let
I'll
you know.
get a trash can for you before you go, don't worry.
Okay, because I'm making.
It's okay. Do you want me to go with you on any of this?
You're really sweet. I'm okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not.
I mean, I'm gonna call you
I'm-
to check.
I'm
gonna call
most
you.
definitely not okay. But
I'm on call this weekend.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you my number. I'm gonna give you my cell phone,
Okay.
and I'm available.
I
Okay.
know, I
so
just
any,
I have friends, and I don't really.
that's good.
need
And
to-
you know, friends will know more than I. But you might have questions that come up.
No, I mean, there's a lot that you can answer, and I'm sorry. I
If you're
can't
gonna-
believe this is happening.
And I'm sorry this is happening.
God, everyone's sorry this is happening. You know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. He hurt their daughter, but listening to my mom just like cry and be horrified on the phone and be like, "Of course," she sounded like
Well, it's horrible. And normal, good-hearted people don't wish
nobody was
things like this to happen. You know, like you might say like, I get frustrated. You might be like, I hate someone, but you don't ever. Saying stuff out of emotion isn't something you really want sometimes to happen.
This is a very strange day.
Using the word strange is very kind of you, because you could use a lot of other explicitives to probably describe today for yourself. And
I want to write Renee just because if there's any way I could. It's so strange that she's here today of all days.
is she going for like a Title IX position or something like that at Florida State?
It's not a Title IX. It's actually like a social entrepreneurship position. I called the wrong number. Or maybe she's lost her cell phone. She's run out of money. I can't even like.
No, you're okay. I'm sorry. I'm asking you. You're irrelevant.
Renee is. Yeah. Hopefully that'll work. It's really messed up that people are worried when they hear gunshots on Trescott that they think like something happened to me. I guess it makes sense. It's divorce and people do crazy things. I really would like to get out of here.
Very soon.
I'm sure you would too.
I know. And I'm on call this weekend, so.
Yeah, it's a really hard job.
It is, but.
Yeah.
You know, it's something I think's needed, and somehow I'm able to do it, and I don't know if it'll be my forever, but it's.
I think it's probably got a lot of burnout. It'd be hard to do this forever. My stomach really hurts.
Just those little things too to keep in mind when you're kind of going through the motions, because that's what you're probably going to be doing the next few days.
Is to eat. When they're like, you need your work computer, I'm like,
drink.
work. Take my computer. There's nothing on it you're gonna find that's gonna. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's something they'll find that's useful, but.
Well, you know, they're used to thinking. A lot of times things will happen like burglaries, or they deal with suspects who aren't cooperative and don't. You know, they're like, give me my stuff back. And
Yeah.
the main thing, your parents will get here.
Yeah.
Focus on the boys.
I will.
Meet them where they're at. Maybe talk to your friends at a. Did you say psychologist?
Psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist.
She's a child psychiatrist.
She might have some good pointers, but you know, I always say meet kids where they're at.
Yeah.
Be honest. Let them know. You know, when you're sad, if they get sad, if they see people around them that are sad, that's okay. You know, because people are going to be upset.
It's Sarah. Right?
Yes. And I'll give you my card and write down my number too for you.
I was calling him General. I mean, I just am not okay.
Well, this is a traumatic experience, and your brain's gonna kind of process the stuff differently. So,
Is it good? Like, should I be taking the kids to school when Monday comes around? Like, is it good to have like a routine for them?
I mean, it's up to if you want to keep that. And yeah,
Well, I say it, and now I'm like, I don't want those kids away from me. Like, what if there's like a deranged gunman in town? Like,
And I'm hoping as the weekend and time kind of goes on, hopefully the police department will be able to give you some more information, you know, and this is just a basic kind of how a criminal investigation works. They may know more than they're telling you, but they don't disclose much, because if it gets out to someone who tells someone who tells someone, and
Yeah,
it
and
gets
of
back
course,
to...
I'm gonna tell a friend, and they're gonna be like,
Right.
because I need to talk to someone. And
Right. Oh, no, you're
discuss it.
fine. You're fine. So, you know, it can be frustrating sometimes dealing with us, because you're like, well, what are you doing? Why haven't you told me this or that? And it's kind of all to protect the integrity of the case.
I know,
So,
I just, as he was driving me here, I'm like, oh my god, I'm like, I wonder if I could be like framed for something, like if I didn't do something, but I'm still gonna end up in jail. I guess
I mean,
that doesn't happen a lot.
that's your attorney mind probably thinking, but you've been more than forthcoming with information, and you're doing everything you can to help.
I can't imagine who would do this. I can't imagine that Jeff would do this. I see why he's a good suspect. And Jane thought of him right away, but I didn't. I don't know why that is. I wasn't trying to be protective of him. I even thought of my own family.
Maybe you weren't really thinking of him at all right now in your brain?
I feel like a fierce mama cat right now. Like, I just want to get to my boys. And I know they're fine with Alan and Lynn. Like, and I
Point
think
that you want to hold them and
Oh
see
my
that they're
God.
okay with your own eyes, and
yeah, I really need to be with them. Will I tell them? I can't see it. I don't wanna. Okay, so we think like Danny's not waking up. Like, is that? That's the
Yeah,
thing. Is
that's
like
the
I don't want to tell my kids that their father is gone if he's not. Like, I don't want to have that.
do you think you can be around them tonight without maybe disclosing to them?
I do.
Then maybe it's something you could just wait till the morning till you know a little bit more
Yeah.
certainty.
Is somebody going to tell me? Like, if he doesn't make it and it's like official, is someone going to?
What? I mean, I'll know because they'll notify me, because then when incidents like this happen, they'll have to do an autopsy and things like that. So I can ask the investigator to let me know when they get, because they'll have to notify the
They'll
police
figure
department.
this out, right? They'll figure out who did this.
That will be their goal, and that they
There
figure it
are-
out.
There are unsolved crimes, aren't there?
I mean, there's always unsolved crimes, but I would say these guys that work here are really good. They're going to be working really hard, probably throughout tonight into
They
the
don't seem
weekend.
to be worried about my safety. Why is that? I'm not saying they're like they don't care about me, but they don't seem to be worried
Probably
about
because there's, from whatever they're looking at, there's not any indications as of yet, and I think they're taking the good precautionary measures to say.
Don't stay at home. I just.
And it's good for you anyway to have support.
I will like. I have an alarm system, right? I just don't necessarily, like, I got the alarm because my parents were like, you're a single woman that lives with 2 kids, like, you should have an alarm. I just don't think they're that useful. Like, I think by the time they call to be like, hey, was there, I feel like it's always too late.
Well, and you know, I think it's good for you tonight to just stay somewhere, and if
I'd rather
anything,
be with Alan
have
than-
support.
Yeah.
And kind of a bit of a distraction.
It would be nice just not to worry about, like, I don't know, I'm just picturing, like, getting up and trying to, like, you know, the kids being, like, they're 3.5 and 5, right? Like, they'll wanna eat ice cream or do whatever, and, like, I don't have the energy to, like, impose any restrictions right now.
And then, you know, it's a difficult time, they might not need those restrictions, and
Oh, those poor kids.
but I think, you know, if you think you'd be comfortable tonight just kind of waiting to see. I do.
You think that makes sense? Like, not, just because I am still not.
Well, you know, because this is, I would say maybe yes, it would make a little bit of sense. And talk it over with your, you know, family and friends. But the thing is, because then if not, you're going to have to tell them something along the lines that he's seriously hurt. No, you can't see him, you know, and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And that might, and then you're going to have to come back and be like, oh, well, actually, you know.
What do you tell your children when their father was murdered? It's not like Daddy had cancer and he's sick and he's, you know, he's around for a long time.
I don't think you tell them all that right away. And
No.
again, I'm not, you know, I don't work with children very often.
Oh.
But I would tell them, you know, just that, you know, he was really hurt and he had to either, you know, go to heaven, whatever kind of concept that they have on that.
I don't know how, I mean, I said, like, I don't know how much they get this. But,
I
like,
think
he
it's-
was fine, and he was healthy,
Mhm.
he was strong. It's not like he was sick and they saw him get sick, like.
Well, and that's why you said he was hurt, you know, because, and I know they don't understand this, but think of this, he could have gotten in a traffic crash or
They're
something.
gonna have questions, though, and I don't wanna lie to them.
And you don't.
Like,
and
I don't
then
wanna
you
say
can-
he was hurt. How was he hurt? He felt like.
Well, you could then say something like, some very bad person harmed your dad, you know, do you think they're gonna ask?
I don't wanna. I
You
know I
don't
have
wanna
to say
expose them to
something,
that?
but like.
Well,
Then they're
and
gonna
then-
be so scared. Like, what if the very bad person comes and harms me, and then they're gonna be orphans?
Well, talk to, and again, I take it one day at a time, though. We're kind of getting ahead of ourselves again.
I know, but I'm just trying to figure out how do I go to the house and tell them what's going on.
You know, when you were talking to your parents, you were very composed given the situation.
I'm usually a really good advocate for other people, just not for
Mhm.
myself. So, yeah, I mean, I can like put on my big girl pants if I have to, but talking to my parents and talking to my kids.
Well, and then you, when you do talk to them, you know, like I always hope I could be there with you, but they don't know me. So
I think that would freak them out
right.
more to have you there. Be
Right,
like, who's this
exactly.
and why do we need her?
So
and they
I
would
think-
ask you like, who are you?
Right, and then we'd be little friends, but still at the same time, you know, but have a support there for you. So if things get a little bit hard on you.
Can I text Ritu and just my friend who's a child psychiatrist and ask her?
Absolutely.
Because I think.
Yeah, and again, I'm not a psychiatrist and I don't work directly with children on
Do
a
you
regular
mind if I
basis.
talk to her? Like, I'm sorry, I just keep
No.
feeling like I'm a suspect and I need to ask.
No,
Like,
no.
Uh,
And she'll probably call you after you send her this text and
I'm gonna run out of battery soon. I can't believe it's almost 8 o'clock at night.
how bad is your battery?
I have 36%, which isn't terrible.
I was gonna say I might have a cable at my desk.
It's an older one. It's not one of the.
Oh, then yeah, I might have just been to you. Sorry.
I really wish I had taken a shower this morning. My plan was to go to this lunch and then come home and work out and shower and then be ready for this party tonight with the boys. Plans are funny. All kinds of plans that will not be happening. I was taking my dad on a trip for his 70th birthday on the 2 weeks when Danny goes with the kids to Canada. I was thinking about that before of like, if the situation were reversed, I want to make sure that his family has access to the kids, you know, that like they can feel like they didn't have a good relationship with them before. They're pretty difficult people, but these are their grandkids, you know. So I want to make sure that they can have a relationship with them.
And that'll be good too, because it'll be kind of giving them a relationship with their dad.
How did this happen? I feel like either Amy's ex-husband did this or somebody did this on my behalf. Some crazy deranged person thought that this was a good way to support me. And that's why I feel responsible. Unless it was something to do with Amy, and then I don't feel responsible. But then I'm still responsible because I'm the one who left Danny. If I didn't leave him, he would never be with Amy. And now my kids don't have a father.
I can see why you'd have that logic of that blaming, but and it's going to take some time, but that's not the way to think.
did what was best for you and your kids. And you said it yourself, if anyone took this on their part, they were clearly not in their right mind.
I feel like by complaining about how difficult he was, like, I inspired this lunacy.
Okay. You went through a divorce. You're not the only person that complains about their soon-to-be ex-spouse. Divorces aren't really things that happen to people that are completely happy and together, and each person's going to talk to their person. Okay? You did what you needed to do for yourself. And just because you confided in friends and family and got the support that you needed doesn't give anyone in your friends or family the authorization or even to conclude that that was an okay thing to do, if it was even something like that. And you don't stay with someone for forever just in case something might happen.
Do this, like, what if it's Jeff? Like, then I did this by asking for some time away from him. I made him crazy.
But you haven't said anything that would indicate that you would think Jeff had anything against.
I mean, he didn't like Danny because Danny hurt me, you know?
Right. But what would make you think he'd go to this extreme?
Nothing. Nothing
So-
would make me think that. He's a therapist.
He's a social worker.
Yeah.
So.
He felt for me. He was sad for me when I was sad. He would help me reason out things and figure out how to, like...
But even
that, it's like, we have a parenting coordinator, and Danny didn't like our last parenting coordinator, so he fired her.